Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a warm welcome to the Think Balkan Conference entitled 2021 Slovenian Presidency of the Council of the European Union, Integration of the Western Balkans and the Role of Visegrad countries. Now, the conference is organized by the Institute for Democracy, Societas Civilis and the Center for European Perspective Slovenia, with the support from the Visegrad Fund and also the Bled Strategic Forum. And we have gathered at the most opportune time for this timely discussion, just the day before the EU and Western Balkans summit in Ljubljana. And I'm very happy to kick off today's proceedings with our distinguished guests sitting right beside me. And first I'd like to give the word to Ms. Urška Volkovacic, Head of Bled Strategic Forum and Danube Program at the Center for European Perspective. So, Ms. Volkovacic, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna. Dear guests, it's a great pleasure to welcome you here today on behalf of the Center for European Perspective. It's an honor for us to participate in this program and to have organized this event. I would like to send a sincere apology from our director, Ms. Katja Gershak, who is unable to join us today due to illness, but I'm happy to speak on her behalf. Before giving the floor to our distinguished guests, I would like to say that Think Balkans conference, in particular, as well as other events addressing challenges and opportunities in the region, are of great importance to CEP. One of the core pillars and key reasons that CEP was founded was to provide the assistance to the countries in the Western Balkans on their path towards EU membership. CEP has been implementing programs in the Western Balkans for 16 years and has built invaluable partnerships and friendships in the region. We have conducted projects in the areas of justice sector reform, security sector reform, capacity building in civil society, and have undoubtedly seen the progress. While the integration process stalled, and due to this the trends we are seeing in the region are of great concern, this should not and cannot prevent us from bringing the region closer. At the end of the day, the reality is that Western Balkan countries bordered EU, have their economies intertwined with the EU, have people movement and travel primarily to the EU, and should therefore be a part of the EU future. This is what we are working towards, and we thank you for dedicating your time and effort towards this common goal. Again, thank you for being here, and I look forward to the discussions. I welcome our first speaker, Mr. Marko Trosanovski, the President of the Institute for Democracy. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Urška. Thank you, Anna. Welcome, everybody, to today's conference. On behalf of the Institute for Democracy, I welcome you to one of the Think Balkans events organized by the Institute for Democracy and our partners, in this case, the invaluable support that was provided to us by CEP is very much appreciated, and thank you very much for this. Yesterday we had another event regarding the financial framework, in a nutshell, regarding the financial support provided to the Western Balkan through the new investment plan. The truth is that in the next 10 years, as I mentioned yesterday, I will re-emphasize this today as well. In the next 10 years, our Western Balkan European neighborhood will receive 10 times more finances than per capita than the Western Balkan region. So this discrepancy is very huge. In terms of human capital, in terms of convergence, in terms of competitiveness, this creates an ongoing gap that is very hard to overcome in comparison between the two, let's say, regions, Western Balkan on the other side and the European Union on the other. So it is very hard to discuss any reforms, any Europeanization processes, any conditionality when a Macedonian farmer earns or is 10 times less competitive than a Bulgarian farmer due to this unbalanced financial support. So I will urge that new structural or cohesion funds available for the Western Balkans are very much a necessity if we want to achieve a more substantial Europeanization. It's not about the money, of course, only, but they are essential very much. On the other side, it is the regional cooperation that we are inevitably going towards. The accession process, as you are all familiar, is somehow in a deadlock. It is bilateralized by European member states. Macedonia and Albania, as a hostage of the enlargement process, are now disoriented in their future reforms and paths. The level of democratic demands in the country is declining. The credibility of EU is significantly declining. The most recent survey in Macedonia on the democratic demands show that half of the population now thinks that there are better or equally good systems of governance as democracy, which is a very big decline compared to previous years. And the push of the public demand for reforms is also in downward trend, because more and more people are thinking that reforms are not essential for progress in the accession process, and that it is politicized to a big extent. So we here come to a regional cooperation that is inevitable to be rethought and operationalized and supported. In the meantime, we don't want to lose the region entirely while we wait for the absorption capacity of the EU to consolidate, or while we wait for a new methodology to get into practice and to see how it will actually, whether it will improve the accession process in general. So here we come to the Think Balkans mechanism platform. For those of you that are unfamiliar, it was modeled upon the Think Visegrad platform, which is basically a mechanism for cooperation between the think tank community and Visegrad countries, MFAs, Ministries of Foreign Affairs of the Visegrad group. And this platform, in a way, is transposed within the Western Balkan context through the Think Balkan mechanism, and it tries to achieve actually a higher level of cooperation, soft negotiation of joint interests of the region, and in doing so to enhance the negotiation position of the region versus the European institutions, so forth, but also to enhance cooperation with the Visegrad force. So I would like to use the opportunity to thank International Visegrad Fund for recognizing the need of such a mechanism within this region, and also to the Western Balkan Fund as well, who is very much supportive of this idea, and the prospects of the Think Visegrad, of the Think Balkan, are very much dependent on, and actually are very much based on the support we will have in the future from these counterparts. So thank you for that. The idea of the Think Visegrad is, because it is a pilot project, now we are in the 11th month of this pilot phase. The idea of Think Balkans, is that we move to a permanent, we would like to move to a permanent mechanism, and so far the support and the recognition we get both from on the donor side, so to say, but also on the side of the MFAs and our partners within the consortium from the Western Balkan and from the Visegrad group, is very much encouraging. We are continuously in a joint and hopefully in the future, as it is now, unanimous way, deciding upon topics of common interest and creating high-quality policy products for the MFAs of our region, as well as in cooperation with the Visegrad MFAs and the Visegrad partners. So we will hopefully in the future provide a more formalized, institutionalized platform through which we will cooperate and get the region closer as we are trying to rethink the enlargement process and find a way in which it will work more efficiently. So today we are going to discuss two of these papers. Zoran and the others discussants in the next two panels will go more in depth into this, but they are very much relevant because they talk about the regional cooperation and about the new methodology, which is one of the two topics that in face of the summit tomorrow are very essential for the future of the entire region, I would say. So thank you very much for being here as well on my side, and I would like to wish you a fruitful discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Trosanovsky, for your words. We also have with us the Executive Director of the Western Balkans Fund, Mr. Georgi Mura. Is he online? Are you with us, Mr. Mura? I give the floor to you, well, the virtual floor. Welcome.
Thank you, Anna. Dear Ms. Kovacic, dear Marko, Zoran, and Petar, distinguished participants, it is always a pleasure to meet with you, and even not non-physically, to discuss an issue which I consider of crucial importance for the regional cooperation in the Western Balkans. As we all know, more than 2 years ago, during the Polish presidency of the Berlin process in Potsdam, the representatives of think tanks from our region decided to initiate a joint mechanism named Think Balkans. Following that moment, the think tank Balkans mechanism has started to become operational and dealing with issues of cross-border cooperation with a unified and qualitative approach with the Ministries of Foreign Affairs of WB6 contracting parties. All of this following and replying the successful Think Visegrad model, an inclusive platform focused on issues of strategic regional importance in the V4 region. In my view, a think tank Balkans network able to prepare long-term analysis focusing on the most significant priorities of our region, as well as short-term analysis reflecting the most current and urgent topics, it's much needed. And I think it's fully justified and have all the, let's say, the arguments to be in place. This expertise should strengthen our institutions' capacities, helping them to reach the correct decisions, or at least to make well-informed decisions regarding regional integration and sustainable development. A few days ago, I was also attending an important event in Belgrade. It was the first, let's say, meeting of the Think Balkans and informing about the results from this capital. And I think it was the first meeting that we were also seeing the first fruits of this truly momentum work in the regional scale. I think today's conference is also an occasion to extend again our sincere gratitude to our trusted partners from V4 Group and International Visegrad Fund for the political and technical support for the creation of this instrument of cooperation in our region. Looking forward to the meeting in Warsaw in November where the results on the project implementation will be also discussed. I am also fully optimistic about the future and the ongoing of this important project. If you allow regional projects, including research or academic projects, but mainly because of our status established and fully owned by the Ministries of Foreign Affairs of WB6. This position makes WBF an ideal partner for becoming a top hub in facilitating new connections between MFAs and civil society organizations, including think tanks. As it's foreseen and at the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, that we have with International Visegrad Fund, we together we have to find ways and means how to support Think Balkans in the future. This is the reason that in the next few days, our board, the Committee of Senior Officials of Western Balkan Fund, it's expected to take a decision about the support of Think Balkans instrument for the next year. I am also a member of the instrument, will be part of our meeting. Hopefully Marko or Zoran will be also invited to give the arguments for the support needed in the next year. I am confident that in one year or another, we will be part of this excellent team of stakeholders, one of the best that it's existing in our region. Proud to be on the same boat with such important organizations that have turned vision in the art of seeing things invisible. Let me conclude by expressing once again my confidence in the progress of the work and the success of working together in the future. Thank you very much and full success to your event today.
Thank you, Mr. Mura, firstly for your strong support of our work and for your kind words. And I really hope that Marko and Zoran will see you. And finally, well, last but not least, I give the word to probably our favorite Grk in Slovenia, Mr. Peter Grk, Secretary General of the Bled Strategic Forum and National Coordinator for the Western Balkans at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia. Peter, I promised you 15 minutes, so go ahead.
15 minutes, you know.
I'm keeping count.
I can't talk about the Western Balkans for 15 minutes, you know, because I think I'm lost for new words on how to describe the importance, strategic one, of the Western Balkans for the future of European Union. You know, we have a lot of these conferences. I think this one is quite important, and I like the title, you know, Think Balkans. I think we should be all thinking about the future of the Western Balkans much more than we are doing it right now in the European Union. I think the basic problem is that since we are a sui generis kind of structure, European Union easily loses focus on important issues and just jumps from one issue to another. Now it's Syria, it's migration problem, now it's Belarus, now it's... And with this, you lose the focus on the region who is basically in the heart of Europe and is an indispensable part of our common future. That's why I think the most important thing that we need to do is bring back the focus. We need to bring back the focus on the region, which is not here. I mean, the evidence is self-explanatory. If you look at what happened in the last year in the relations between the Western Balkans and European Union, you could see that it happened exactly nothing. Not one thing. Especially when we are talking about the enlargement process and when we are talking about opening new chapters, when we are talking about bringing the region closer to European Union. It's true, European Commission adopted the new investment and economic plan, which is in itself a good news. It's something that the region needs, especially in terms of economic transformation, where, you know, the gap between the European Union and the Western Balkans is quite huge, and it's not getting smaller. And this is basically the problem with this. It's not getting smaller. Maybe the gap is even in some parts getting bigger. And this is something that we need to change. This is something that I hope also this new commitment of over 30 billion euros from European Union to the region is going to help, but this is just one part of the story. As I said, the other part of the story is substantial transformation of the region, not only economically, but also socially, also in terms of rule of law, also in terms of human rights. And this can only be achieved through active and I would say serious enlargement process. We adopted in May, it seems so long ago, it's unbelievable, in May last year, the new methodology, which in itself is a nice document. It says all the right words, but it's not a problem about documents. It's not a problem about instruments. It's a problem of strategic perseverance. It's a problem that we need to implement it as soon as possible. And we hope that we could be doing this already during the Slovene presidency of European Union. There is one thing which is looming over everything, and this is not good, because then all the other things which are important pale in comparison. And this is, of course, that North Macedonia and Albania are waiting to start negotiations for far too long, since they adopted all the necessary reforms, since they have a green light from European Commission. And this is something that needs to be solved as soon as possible. As I said, Slovenian Presidency and Slovenia, we are trying as much as possible together with our partners to make this happen already until the end of the year. I think this is more crucial than we understand, because if we don't do that, then I fear it's going to be much harder to solve the issue in the near future. So when I was talking about the focus of European Union towards the Western Balkans, this is in effect what Slovenian presidency wanted to do, to bring back the light on the region, to bring back the focus, and also to bring back the strategic discussion about the region. I think in the last few years, the leaders didn't have this discussion. Also, of course, because of circumstances and the pandemics. We all know that the last EU Western Balkan Summit was done digitally in Zagreb, and digitally and strategic discussion, this doesn't bode well. So it's very hard to really set cards on the table and clearly discuss what are the most important issues and what most important problems in going forward. So in this sense, yes, this EU Western Balkan Summit, which starts today, is quite crucial. It's quite crucial in many ways. I think now I can safely say that the declaration on EU Western Balkan relations is going to be adopted, which is in itself a positive sign. The language inside is going to be better, not as strong as, of course, we all hoped for, but better than it was in previous years, which means that this strategic thinking and thinking about Balkans is finally taking place. And inside this declaration, we are going to have some of the deliverables, which I think are especially important for the future of the relations between the EU and the region. One, which I think is very, very important, and we shouldn't lose track of that, is that we are going to have in the future regular summits. So it's not going to be up to different presidencies, but these summits are going to happen once a year, and the next one will take place during the Czech presidency. And this is important in itself. It doesn't sound like something big, but it is, because until now it was up to the presidencies to decide if they want the summit or not. Now we need to have it once a year to see what kind of progress was achieved, to see what wasn't done and what needs to be done. And this puts, and this is something I was talking about a lot in the previous months and years, this puts a positive pressure on everybody. The political elites in the region, the political elites in the European Union, to actively, as I said at the beginning, think Balkans. So this is an important thing. Clearly, as I mentioned, 30 billion euros. This is something that can actually start the rebirth of, economic upheaval or economic progress in the Western Balkans if the resources are going to be used in a right and proper way. We all know you can use funds one way or the other. So this is why this needs to be done with great care, with a lot of checks and balances, and with a coordination system on adopting viable projects, which includes also civil society in the Western Balkans. I think the civil society needs to be one mechanism, one corrector, which is there to check that the projects, especially big ones like infrastructural projects, are in line with the needs of the people who are actually the most important one, and this is the citizens of the Western Balkans. So this is my plea also to the region, that this process of using these funds is as transparent as possible, because at the end of the day this is something which is important for the region in trying to maintain the focus on necessary reforms. Inside of that, there are 2 or 3 things which for Slovenian presidency are quite important, and where we think in the next years the progress can be achieved. One is this so-called green lanes concept, meaning that the traffic of goods, transport and everything would be much quicker between the borders of EU and the Western Balkans as it was until now. This was a problem during the pandemics, We saw that clearly. The trucks were not waiting so much at the Western Balkan countries' borders, but between the EU and the Western Balkans. And I think with the implementation of practical soft measures, we can greatly reduce the waiting time, which of course helps everybody. It helps European Union, it helps the Western Balkans, and it helps especially the economic flows between the EU and the region. Next one, which is especially important also to me, because I think the fight against climate change is going to be the topic in the next years to come, is of course the implementation of the green agenda in the Western Balkans. RCC is currently negotiating an action plan which all the countries would adopt. And it stems from the pledge that was made in Sofia 2018, where everybody agreed to reduce CO2 emissions by the year 2050 in the Western Balkans. This is an enormous task. It comes with social issues which need to be dealt with. It comes with regions who are still predominantly so-called carbon regions. So this process of decarbonization of the Western Balkans is going to take a lot of time, a lot of perseverance, a lot of efforts. And it's not going to be easy. And I think European Union here needs to help as much as possible in order to jumpstart this important thing. Lastly, cybersecurity. This is something that we were discussing a lot inside of the European Union context. You know that there is a warfare going on in the world, not with tanks and guns, but mainly with hybrid instruments. And of course, the region is a nice playground where a lot of different actors are willing to invest their energy and their funds to disrupt the whole cyberspace with fake news and so on and so on. So in this sense, we hope that also the relations and deepening cooperation between the EU and the Western Balkans on the cybersecurity is going to be invigorated with the conclusions of this summit. Of course, there are also many other things which are going to be inside from the cooperation regarding alleviating the effects of pandemics on vaccination and so on and so on. On migration, this is something, of course, which showed us that we are all in the same boat, that we can't discuss things in the vacuum, that we can't just turn our heads and say, this is a region which doesn't concern us. But we saw that, all these modern threats or modern issues are the ones who are binding us together. From migration, from climate change, from cybersecurity, from economy. This is why it's also symbolically important that we do the next steps in the enlargement process, because this would, at the end of the day, mean that we had made our strategic choice. We had decided that this region is part of the larger future of European Union. It's part of the European Union, and that the whole process is alive. It's going to take a lot of efforts. It's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of negotiations, because some of the countries, of course, but maybe also political elites in the region are still not convinced this is something that needs to be done as soon as possibly. But my belief is that the geostrategic reality is going to force us to do necessary things in order to bring this region closer to European Union. So, to conclude, we need this positive pressure. We need this positive pressure from everybody, from European Union, from civil society actors, in order to find the momentum for the necessary reforms to take place. So this EU Western Balkan Summit, which is happening today, is, I hope, a start of this new engagement of the European Union in the region. And I just hope that this is not going to be just one-time event, but that really it's going to jumpstart the process, which is going to yield some results. Thank you very much again for the invitation. I hope it was 15 minutes. If not, I can say something more if you want. So thank you very much, Anna, and have a good conference.
Thank you, Peter. 14 minutes and 35 seconds.
Perfect.
I'm always impressed by Peter's words, so I need to gather myself usually, but thank you for this positive, well, for putting this positive pressure on us to do a good job today on the panels. And I should have known that Peter is going to put pressure on us. We should never invite him. Like it's tough.
It's a positive pressure.
It's a positive pressure, as he said, yeah. And as to quote Peter, we need to to bring the focus and spotlight back on the Western Balkans, and that's exactly what we will do with the next two panels. So I would, without further ado, I would give the word to Zoran and invite the panelists up to the table. So Jana, please join us, and Mr. Tilo, so Dragan, please join us, and as we depart, and wish you a very good discussion.
Thank you. Nie, Ana, vodička može da mu donesem? Dragan?
Can you get two? Anna Maria.
Anna Maria? Okay. Having all these words of wisdom and the positive pressure put on us by Peter, we move on to the next, to the actual discussion and the panel on the EU's revised enlargement methodology and the future of the Western Balkans. Before giving the words to Jan and Dragan, which are present physically here, but also to Nejma and Jelica and Tomasz, which are online, I would just say a few words on the project and the outputs that we have produced and that we are going to produce in the future. So each one of you have received copies of the papers that we have written previously, or the group have already produced. One is the fundamentals and the regional cooperation in the Western Balkans. And the other one is on the conference on the future of Europe and how can Visegrad countries be the voice of the Western Balkans within the European Union. So these are, one of them is this series of long papers, and the other one is from the short briefs. This is exactly how we have copied the system that is already present, integrated within Think Visegrad. So there are two ways on which we produce materials. One are the briefs, and the other ones are more extensive, longer studies. How we are, let's say, communicating, or how we are working and coordinating our efforts with the MFA, I can provide an example through this paper. So we have actually discussed within the Think Balkans group 6 topics that we can produce. And then we have submitted those 6 topics to the Ministries of Foreign Affairs of the Western Balkans 6. And then it was up to them, in a mutual coordination within the ministries and between the countries, to decide which papers us, the think tanks, will produce. So it was actually the decision of the MFAs to focus, if we take the example of the long papers, on the Conference on the Future of Europe. One is on regional cooperation, and the other one is on the new enlargement methodology. So this is how we have envisaged the cooperation with the MFAs. It's actually the MFAs should be the drivers of the process. We are there to help them and assist them in finding the best possible solutions, the narrative, or whatever. So we are producing these papers. For the time being, these papers, as we are still in the pilot phase, are open to the public, so everyone can read them. Afterwards, once the mechanism is established, these papers going to be in the ownership of the Ministries of Foreign Affairs. So they're not going to be published officially. So these are going to be an input for the ministries to do, well, whatever they want to do with them. From, providing input for the speech of the ministers till, having some country-based position on a specific issue, whatever that issue is. So this is how we integrate our work, or what the project is all about. When it comes to the topics, when it comes to the actual members of Think Balkans. By the way, we are proud of being Balkan, so the name is there. So there's nothing to be ashamed of. So when it comes to the actual members, the whole idea, again, based on the model provided by the Think Visegrad countries, is that now we have one organization per country. The idea in the next phase is to add one additional member from each country. And as we are the implementers of this project, the next phase, or the next think tank or civil society organization, will be accepted or chosen in cooperation with the Ministries of Foreign Affairs on their own proposal. Of course, there will be a set of criteria that this organization need to abide by, but still the proposal would come from the Ministries of Foreign Affairs. So this is, and by doing so, we will have 2 organizations per country, one which is kind of not chosen, but proposed by the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, and the other one are the actual organizations that are already present there. So this is another way of building trust, because the Think Visegrad researchers have come to the Western Balkan region and have spent 3 days with extensive meetings in each of the capitals. And they have concluded that building trust between the ministries, so state institution and the think tank community, is essential. And if we want to have to succeed in the implementation of project, we need to work on building trust. And by including one more organization per country, which is proposed by the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, is a kind of our way of, providing them with the necessary input within our organization. So this is our hand, or our way of showing trust towards them. We have decided the discussions that we have on the 2 panels today, one on the new methodology and the other one on the regional cooperation, to be promoted in Warsaw as the Western Balkan Fund director already mentioned, it will take place in either November or late November or early December. We're going to promote them there then. However, already the bulk of work it's almost done, but we wanted to have a discussion based on the preliminary findings on the papers and the recommendations that we are going to put inside. That's why we have the two panel discussions organized in that way. Obviously, we see a specific role of Slovenia in the whole process, because if you see, this is a mechanism that will exist in the Western Balkan countries. Visegrad are the V4 countries, and Slovenia is in neither of those two regions. So we see Slovenia as a kind of a bridge also between the two regions. And this will remain as such even in the period to come, and we highly appreciate the role of the Slovenian MFA in pushing on a European level a lot of things which are also very important for the Western Balkans. So that's on the on how we envisage the network. When it comes to future expansion of the network and support, from this year, what we expect is to have more local ownership. That means local, but it's actually regional. So also moving the support or sharing the burden between the Visegrad Fund and the Western Balkan Fund. So until now, the whole idea was promoted and supported by the Visegrad Fund. From next year, we expect this kind of ownership to transfer to the Western Balkan Fund, and we are working on it. Director Mura already invited us to present the project on the meeting on the senior officials, which is taking place in Tirana on the 8th of, so just end of the week, in Tirana, and most probably Marco will present the findings there and start the discussion for future support. That's it for the project itself and how we envisage the future. Something have been mentioned by Marco or Peter or Uška before. It is really good that we have now we are going to have regular EU Western Balkan Summit each year. This is part of the new methodology that is being promoted, that was promoted 2 years ago. However, this is one of the few things, with exception also to the intergovernmental conference with Serbia, that we have seen coming out of the new methodology. About more details and how we have grouped the countries based on the how the new methodology is being structured, and also what are the consequences of this new methodology, how that will reorganize the process of accession of the Western Balkan countries. Is going to be speed up the process or slow it down. We will find out from the discussion by the authors of this study, and also the commentators from the Visegrad country. So Dragan is one of the main principal authors of the study. He is an associate fellow at the Institute for Democracy. At the same time, he is a state councillor at the Secretariat for European Affairs in the government of North Macedonia. He will provide the first input, and then we will hear from Jelica Minic, which will hear her online, and also from Nejma. You will see Dragan will explain how we have structured the paper and what are the groups of the countries. So we have chosen one representative from each group to present the vision of the new methodology coming from that specific country. And then we will move on to Tomáš from Slovakia and Jana from the Czech Republic, where we have heard that the next EU Western Balkan summit will happen, something which was expected, having in mind that the French have the first part of the year. to hear the voices of Visegrad towards the future of the Western Balkan, but also the revised methodology. So Dragan, 15 minutes, I think will be sufficient, or at least I will.
We need 5 minutes, a bit longer.
Okay.
You know how it goes with me. Yes, Zoran, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm always thrilled to be in Slovenia, in Ljubljana. As I said yesterday we had a debate up here in the same room about the IPA 3 and the consequences or potential for the accelerated development using the IPA 3 funds for the Western Balkan. And I said, whenever I'm in Ljubljana, I feel like home, because we have a history of a quarter of century already direct communication and assistance coming from Slovenia to us, helping the process of integration. Since the first panel and introductory words of Zoran already exhausted all, thanks to everybody that is involved in this extremely interesting and I'm sure at the end very valuable project in Balkan. I have just from my side to express my thankfulness that I am part of this project and my great support to Think Balkan. I hope that Think Balkan will evolve further on in something that will last for longer and that will be behind or embedded into the process, helping the Balkan countries to accelerate the process of integration, but also using and sharing the experience from Visegrad 4 countries, which are supporting this and which are always behind us all this time. And that there will be many other ways and many other subjects on which we can develop this cooperation in a positive way. Yesterday I forgot to mention a kind of symbolism when we are in Slovenia and during the Slovenian presidency. Croatia and Slovenia coming out of ex-Yugoslavia are very essential for us, for North Macedonia. Last year, during the Croatian presidency, we got a decision to open accession negotiations. Our expectation, and I hope that some of the words that were shared at the first panel, particularly the Greek words, will materialize until the end of the year. I do hope that until the end of the year, the first IGC, or opening of accession negotiations, will happen during the Slovenian presidency, which makes these bonds that connect us even stronger. The title for this first panel discussion is EU Revised Enlargement Methodology and the Future of the Western Balkans. So I will turn them around. First, we'll talk a bit about the future of the Western Balkan, where we stand and what's in front of us in few key points, and then I'll come to the methodology, because the methodology is in the center of this debate. And I have to say, the new methodology, I have a feeling, being more than 25 years in this area and working for the 14th Deputy Prime Minister for EU Affairs, that new methodology is very much in the spotlight, but not the essence and vertically technical details behind the new methodology. And as I said yesterday, and I'll repeat today, the details, the devil lies in detail. So we'll have to pay much more attention on that. But first, on the political side and the strategic orientation, just following the news these days, the last several days or about 10 days, we have some good signals. We have some positive signals even from yesterday and from today. And I do hope that Berdo will bring even stronger wording and even more bright, let's say, a future for the Western Balkan in the coming months and years. First, the von der Leyen, President of the Commission, has paid a visit to the Western Balkan. First time she has visited all the countries in the region since from the moment that he took over the position of the president, and she did that just before the Berdo summit to inject some positive thinking and to spread some positive messages about the future of the Western Balkan, and she did that in an excellent manner. I would say pressing the right buttons and using the right words. Then the second element that I need to mention, because it concerns all of us living in this region, particularly us bordering Kosovo and Serbia, was the Lajčák-Escobar successful diffusion of the tension between Kosovo and Serbia, which shows that the Euro-Atlantic cooperation, particularly USA and EU on the Western Balkan, is working, and I do hope it will be even strengthened, deepened, and may, I hope, bring some new energy into the process. Then we had the shuttle diplomacy. I said yesterday and repeat today, Commissioner Varhey visited Sofia, visited Athens, visited Skopje, and the messages were not public, but the intention was obvious to put together both countries, Bulgaria and North Macedonia, in searching for common ground and finding a solution for our dispute within the EU context, because I usually repeat this, it's not a bilateral issue. It's an EU credibility issue, and that's how we should look at this problem. But the visits and the work of Commissioner Varhey is very much praised in a positive way, because right after that, the positive signals came out from the prime ministers from Bulgaria and from North Macedonia as well. We had the first visit ever, and we are an independent country for 30 years. The first visit ever of our president, Mr. Pendarovsky, yesterday, to Athens, official visit to the president of Greece. This has not happened before, and this is another signal that something positive is happening in the Balkans. Now, we hear this morning, yesterday evening, Brdo Declaration will have some positive wording, balanced but positive wording in terms of enlargement perspective for the Western Balkan, although we all know that this is not a summit for enlargement, it's a summit for regional cooperation. But whoever follows the Western Balkan knows very well that this is the hook, this is the anchor behind all the reforms that are happening, or most of the reforms that are happening in the Western Balkans. The perspective of EU integration is the key generator in the process of accelerating the process of reforms. And one small thing that I read this morning, I consider very important, is there was I assume this evening, when we were sleeping, there was a 30-minute telephone call between President Biden and President of the Commission, von der Leyen. And among all other things, they have talked also about the Western Balkans' future. And this is an additional positive signal as a consequence of not the conversation, not the discussion, but in that direction of interest, strategic interest of these Euro-Atlantic partners. Mr. Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, is going to visit Western Balkans, and he has been invited first to come to Brussels to visit and to see von der Leyen, to coordinate their activities in the Western Balkan. If we put together with IPA 3, which has been launched on 15th of September, then we have all these positive signals one by one that something is moving. And I, again, agree with Mr. Girk, what he said that there are some positive signals and that there are some positive, let's say, perspective. Something positive can happen until the end of the year. Of course, now I'm talking mostly about the North Macedonia, coming from North Macedonia, being in a position to wait for so long to come to that point to open accession negotiations. So hopefully we will have a chance after the results of the third in a row parliamentary presidential elections in Bulgaria, that we have a chance between November and December to come to the point to open the first IGC and finally to materialize the decision of the Council and the European Council to open accession negotiations with us and with Albania to happen. When we're talking about the future of the Western Balkan countries and the future of the Western Balkan, I'm always saying geopolitics does not recognize mistakes. Not that I'm saying, many other people are saying that, because geopolitics cannot afford free space. There is always some geopolitical power or the world power that will fill that gap. So we cannot afford that. We from the Western Balkans, plus even more Europe and the United States, our NATO allies. By the way, we became a 30th member of the NATO in the meantime. President, I will quote two sentences from Madam van der Leyen. One is from her political guidance for the Commission. We share the same continent, the same history, the same culture, and the same challenges. We will build the same future together. Clearer cannot be. So we are together and we share the same future. So that's about the future of the Western Balkans. Or within this, her speech, State of the Union in 2020, when she said the Western Balkan is part of Europe, not just a road station on the Silk Road. Condensed geopolitics and position of the EU in one sentence, brilliantly phrased. But the enlargement process is dragging for too long. So it's too long with too little advancement, particularly in the last decade, maybe even more than decade, since 2013 when Croatia became a member. Since then, the whole process has, we can say it collapsed to the point that there was a loss of interest in the societies in the Western Balkan. We were very low on the agenda of the priorities of the European Union, of their priorities, and that has resulted in lost hope, lost trust, and lost hope and trust goes together with lost credibility. If we promise, we need to deliver. And this was something that was repeated all the time. And we did deliver, at least when we're talking about North Macedonia, particularly between 2017, 18, and 19, we delivered on all lines. Everything that was requested from our side, we did it. But if EU promises, we do expect, not only North Macedonia, but all other countries in the region, that EU will deliver. And EU still did not deliver. EU will deliver when we open accession negotiations, us, North Macedonia and Albania, and when the new methodology will really start rolling in practice. Maybe I'm too often quoting Mr. Gurk, but he said, and he was right, we have a new methodology, but still new methodology needs to prove in practice. We have it in paper. There were some small steps with Montenegro and Serbia with the first IGCs after the approval of the new methodology, but that was not it, because there was no opening of clusters, there was no opening chapters. So it is not in practice yet shown how the new methodology will apply and will work. So the months before us will tell us whether the new methodology, something that Zoran mentioned, I think, whether the new methodology will accelerate the process or whether the new methodology will become a new labyrinth with no exit or with very difficult to find exit out in the process of EU integration. Now, the second part of the revised methodology, or in my view, it's much more than just a methodology. And here we have some differences on level of experts or level of people with my experience. I'm not ashamed to say that I've spent a quarter of my life working on the EU integration. So when I read the new methodology, and when some friends in Skopje or in the region are reading the same text, we have slight differences in views, in understanding of certain sentences of the process. In my view, or the view that we have shared also with Zoran while preparing part of the paper that I hope soon will be finalized and published. It's in a final phase. We came to the conclusion that this is much more than just a methodology. So when in the title it says a revised methodology, it's not just a revision of the methodology. It's much more than that, because it brings a lot of novelties, it brings a lot of uncertainties, and on contrary, it was supposed to bring more predictability. Elements like making the process more credible is there. Stronger political steer is there, and it's even well developed and designed. More dynamic, that's the point that I like most, because really, if new methodology is applied in practice, is as written on the paper, then really it can bring the dynamism. What we need to do in order to achieve that dynamism, to bring the dynamism down to our societies, that's another point, that's another story, that depends on us. But the option, the chance is there. Whether it's more predictable, this is something where we can elaborate, discuss, and so on. I don't see it as such predictable that I would like to see as predictable, because the time matters. And when I use to say the time matters, I always connect that with 2 points. One, a process should be predictable in the time frame. And this is missing from the new methodology. When we start a race, we want to know where is the end of the race. If we use, and many experts in the region, unfortunately in my view, are using this phrase, we will have to negotiate for 10, 15, 20 years, in my view, are very wrong. Because no one would be attracted to be part of the process that will last for 15 or 20 years. Can you imagine a young person that is just beginning to be attracted with a process that will eat 15 years of her or his life? That's not attractive. So it has to be a process with the end. That's why yesterday I said I like the proposal 2030 as end of the process of accession of Western Balkans into the EU, something that has been discussed on the highest political level. I'm almost certain it won't pass, but it is a good idea, and that's what I mean when I say it has to have some end. Of course, when you come to that part of the end, in between, all the benchmarks should be clear, measurable, and should be achievable, realistic. The second point on this time matters is no alternatives. I don't like to say, in life you always have some alternatives. You always have to have back in your mind a plan B, a plan C, and something that, but this is something that is strategically decisive for your country, so you have to focus, or it's my view, you need to focus all your energy, all your capacities to achieve that main goal. If you want to become a member of the EU, then focus on that. We have a very small administration in North Macedonia, not always at the level of capacity that is needed in order to run 2-3 parallel processes, alternatives, and so on and so forth. So if we diffuse these scarce resources that we have, then we will not, in my view, or it will be very difficult to achieve anything, neither A, neither B. So it's much more important to focus all energy, all resources to plan A until the moment, and I'm always saying this, until the moment that the EU wants us in as full-fledged members. If EU, as EU 27 member states, they change their mind, or they say, we don't want you anymore in, or we are offering an alternative, then we will think about this alternative. Until then, we have only one goal. We have applied for full-fledged membership, and we want to be full-fledged member of the European Union. It's one path, different aspects, of course, different stages, but it's the one way street, in my view. 5 minutes. Whoa. All right. It would be excellent because this is a new methodology. I mean, we call it new methodology. It is enhanced process. When something is new, the most important thing is to understand what's new. And since this is written by the people in Brussels and capitals, how can we have the same understanding of something that is written by someone else? And we need to apply this in practice. So for me, this is a gap. If I'm writing something, I know exactly why I'm writing in that way, which words to use, what is the logic, what is the rationale behind. But if someone else is writing that and is putting on my table and saying, now you have to follow these rules, I would expect that this is explained in single technical detail, practical elements, how that will imply. And we need to do that together. So guidelines for application of the new methodology, in my view, is more than needed. I'm old enough to remember the guidelines for negotiations that existed, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago. For Montenegro and then for Serbia, they were following these guidelines. Now we have a new methodology, we need a new guidelines. Zoran already mentioned this, and I'm not going to elaborate too much, but a few elements about the new methodology has a different structure, not different structure, but different elements that applies to Serbia and Montenegro. The new methodology in full applies only for North Macedonia and Albania. How it will apply to Bosnia and Herzegovina and Kosovo, we still need to see and to wait and to see. But at least for these two groups, I'm sure that most of you, because this is the subject, follows what's going on. The new methodology has been transposed into not public, but draft negotiation frameworks for North Macedonia and for Albania in details, while just accommodation of the new methodology has been done for Serbia and for Montenegro. So when I speak with my colleagues in Serbia and Montenegro, they're saying, not big change. And they're right, because we are looking in the same text, but from a different angle and different distance. For us, it's completely new. First, because we have never done it before, and two, because only in our case, all the elements from the new methodology has been transposed into practical steps. So they are all anchored into our into our negotiation framework, and even things that are not in the negotiation framework, not in the new methodology, are part of our national framework. When that has happened, how that has happened, that's a labyrinth of EU bodies. So the first group are Montenegro and Serbia, old negotiation framework with accommodation of the elements, some elements of the new methodology. Then the second group are Macedonia, North Macedonia and Albania, with all novelties. For example, decision process for initiating the corrective measures is completely different. Much more difficult for us comparing with Serbia and Montenegro. Some would say, and some, when I mentioned that in Brussels, some said, but you know, you may never come to the point of corrective measures. Maybe yes, but maybe no. If we come to that point, then it will become a real obstacle for any further advancement into the process. I'm not going into the details how it works for Montenegro and Serbia, how it works for us, but I'm just saying, because it will be part of it, I'm saying that this is a very important element. Then we have chapters 34 and 35. Some people in Macedonia, when you mention 34 and 35, are immediately saying this is very sensitive. It's not. It has been part of the negotiation frameworks of Serbia and Montenegro before for Croatia. In our case, it is not part of the new methodology, because in new methodology it says 34 and 35 will be dealt in a different way, different model. And then when we have a negotiation framework, 34 and 35 are not there. So they're not part of the negotiation framework. And are part even of the accommodated new structure for Montenegro and Serbia. So this cannot work. If we have the same new methodology, we have to have the same rules. So in new methodology, it says new methodology will put equal playing field for everyone. It's not exactly equal field for everyone. Okay.
I have to stop you here.
All right. I will come back with questions.
Yeah, and
brother.
if there's time for questions, but we have a coffee break afterwards, so we will have, because we have four more speakers. Yeah, as Dragan mentioned, according to the new methodology, in our paper, we have 3 groups of countries. So one is Serbia and Montenegro, so countries which are already negotiating and that have accepted the new methodology. However, it differentiates when it comes to how the negotiation will be conducted. The second group of countries are North Macedonia and Albania, for which the new methodology will be fully applied. That means also the decision-making process, which is much more difficult, and having in mind the bilateral problems that appear even before starting negotiation, it will be much more difficult. I don't know if it's going to be successful at all, but let's see. And the third group of countries are the countries still waiting, still at their beginnings, and that's Bosnia and Kosovo. So that's why we have from each of the group, if we take Dragan, that is representative from North Macedonia, we will have Jelica from Serbia, so the front runners, and we will have Nejma from the last group of countries from Bosnia, and we would like to hear their own views on the new methodology and how it's going to be implemented, starting with Jelica. But just before going to Jelica, just what Dragan mentioned already is that we clearly not have the guidelines on how this methodology is going to be implemented. And this was one of the reasons why, based on the discussions within the group or between the Think Balkans and our partners from the Visegrad, we have decided, and European will lead the process of organizing an event outside the framework of this project, but we are going to jointly organize an event in Brussels on which we are going to discuss the new methodology, and that should happen late November. So, so more discussions are on the way. Jelica, if you can hear us,
yes.
10 minutes to hear the voice from Belgrade.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that my colleague Vladimir Međak was not able to join this panel today, but I'll try to do my best to substitute his intervention. But before that, I would like to thank to our Slovenian colleagues and to Slovenia for all support that is giving to the Western Balkans and to the enlargement process. It was very useful to watch BLED strategic forum panels, the leaders panels at the beginning and the panel devoted to the enlargement process. It was a kind of rehearsal for the summit. But it was also noticeable that there is an important group of friends of enlargement. So I think this should be also one of the lines of activities of the Think Balkans to increase the membership of these groups, friends of enlargement. And it is the direct example is Slovenia. I would like to mention, because it is related to our debate, what Mr. Pahor said at the Leaders Forum. Sorry, it was Leaders Forum or Enlargement Forum, I'm not sure. He said that the Western Balkans should join the EU as soon as possible, that there is mutual geographic interest, that there is also mutual responsibility for the process on both sides, that the matter of time is very important because the slow pace leads to 4 negative effects. Weakening of the mutual trust, growing nationalism, entrance of third countries, and appearance of different new ideas which are very harmful to the region, like ideas of making the new borders in the region and so on. The fifth thing that he mentioned is that EU should view Western Balkans 6 as a whole, that permanently the EU have to take care about the whole region. Although the negotiations are bilateral, and that among Western Balkan countries shouldn't be competition but cooperation predominant. Then he said that great effort should be done in the Western Balkans to become more attractive for the European Union. There is perception in the European Union that the Western Balkans is only the burden, the new burden for the Union. But there are many aspects where Western Balkans is bringing security. Western Balkans is important for connectivity. Western Balkans is also important for European economy. I think now even more because of the restructuring the value chains that are predominating now. And during the pandemic, it became evident that some parts of the value chains should be reshored from offshoring, should come back to Europe or to near neighborhood of Europe. And this is one of the very important issues that I believe that Think Balkans should address. This is something that is already happening, but we are not aware enough in the region. Then he said something very important, that North Macedonia and Albania opening negotiations is no longer a political concern, but moral. And indeed, this is a moral concern. And that integrity of the European Union is tested on this issue. And sorry. And he said that Bosnia and Herzegovina is a special challenge, and that the EU can contribute in political, not only technical terms. Shouldn't shrink its responsibility in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And finally, that EU has enough capacity for enlargement. That is what Mr. Pahor said, and I think it's a perfect approach for the situation with enlargement, which was stuck for 2 years already, completely stuck. And I would like to say that I would like to share all my compliments for the Bled Strategy Forum this year, because I followed some other panels which were very relevant for our region with very important messages and targeting some very important issues which were mentioned in the Slovenian program for Slovenian Presidency, like green agenda, like connectivity, like the digitalization, digital transition. So there are many issues that were singled out during the Bled Strategic Forum. And there is one thing which was mentioned only by Vatican representative. I was very curious if somebody else would mention that, but nobody else mentioned. It is how to defend the public good. That is what he said. And somehow our citizens, I can only take the example of Serbia, but I think this is happening also in other Western Balkan countries and all over Europe, that citizens are learning about the importance of public goods through problem of environmental problems and through organizing themselves for environment protection. This is how our citizens are learning about the importance of public goods. I would also like to raise an issue related to the future of things Balkans. This is visibility of things Balkans. Do we want to be visible or not? Do we want to be a service of ministries of foreign affairs in a rather clandestine way, or we would like to be visible also for the wider public? Because during one of the debates in the political committees of the European Movement International, I mentioned, which was devoted to the conference on the future of Europe, I mentioned the analysis prepared by the Think Balkans team. And they were very interested for that. They wanted us to share that analysis with them, and I got permission from Zoran to share it. I sent the study, but I wait for the link. I believe that the link will appear on the website of Societas Civilis today or tomorrow, so I can send the link, and they are ready to share it widely. And this is one of the widest civil society networks in Europe. So we have chance to become visible now, immediately, with our products. There is also a question, why only ministries? Because I believe that our parliamentary committees for European integration could be also the good address to share our products. I believe that we can use this channel of influence as well. So these are only questions and proposals, so please think about them. And then Mr. Girk mentioned the economic and investment plan, which was also one of the mechanisms that the European Union is offering to the Western Balkans, and which was mentioned by Mrs. von der Leyen during her visit to the region almost in every country. And transport infrastructure as part of this portfolio, European economic and investment plan for the Western Balkans. She mentioned that very often, and she mentioned regional cooperation as very important issues for the economic recovery of the region, but also for the European perspective of the region. And finally, she underlined the importance of the rule of law for our region as the key precondition for joining the European Union. Mr. Gerk mentioned the importance to involve civil society in the economic and investment plan mechanism supporting the economic and investment plan. And he mentioned transparency, but he didn't mention explicitly the role of the civil society, which should be a greater monitoring and evaluation in all phases of project development that will be developed through the economic and investment plan. And that was raised at the Berlin think tank forum, last Berlin think tank forum, at the group which was dealing with the connectivity and relations with the civil society. And there is a paper, a common letter of some 20 organizations which are interested in the field, sent to all relevant EU addresses, raising the importance of the civil society role in this process. Well, now I'll try to make connection with the new methodology or innovative methodology. For example, we can see immediate effects of the new methodology in Serbia. Serbia, thanks to new methodology, prepared the cluster 4 or 4 chapters in the cluster 4, prepared to send the position on these 4 chapters to the Commission. Otherwise, Serbia was invited to send the position papers on all 4 chapters, but for years. But now, suddenly, all 4 chapters were ready to be shared with the European Union, thanks to the cluster approach. And there is, I would like to give compliments to this cluster approach, because it will stop the choice of the chapters a la carte. What is comfortable for our governments, then they choose some chapters. In this way, chapters will be concentrated, and there is a logic connection between chapters, and a very wide spectrum will be covered by these clusters, and then the reforms will be concentrated. So I really would like to share compliments for the cluster approach and share with you that this already had effects not only for chapter 4, but also for chapter 3. So in Serbia, we already see the results. That this we can say, technical approach also had important impact on reform processes and first steps in these reform processes. So in the preparing the chapters for negotiations. There are 4 issues mentioned in the conclusions of the Serbian paper, Serbian contribution to this common paper, that the enlargement should be based on the progress in reforms, particularly the rule of law, where EU should promote its values and not negotiate about them. I think that among our think tanks in the civil society in our region, in the European Union, there is a common agreement about that. And that we should all make a common pressure on our governments to make reforms in this domain faster and substantial. Second conclusion is that the progress should be awarded and the process should be time-framed with clear sequence of steps and activities on both sides. This is about this roadmap and guidelines mentioned by previous speaker, that this is missing. And it's very interesting that in the previous version of the Credible Enlargement Perspective paper in 2018, there was a proposal for this roadmap with all elements of the roadmap, steps, timing, and so on. But at the end, in the final version, it was not adopted. So it was taken out. So there is already a drafted model for that, but we should ask for that, continue to ask for that. The third conclusion is that bilateral issues of the EU member states with Western Balkans, candidates and potential candidates, must be kept out of the process. And we cannot depend on these bilateral issues because it proved to be very harmful for both sides. Therefore, strong qualified majority voting for interim steps between opening and closing negotiations should be introduced. We should fight for that. Otherwise, there are so many steps where each candidate and potential candidate could be stopped by any EU country. And so we are watching now what is happening with North Macedonia. And there is a conclusion that is missing and that should be added, but it appeared in the text that the clear and reliable communication should be one of the pillars of the enlargement process. This communication is missing. This is a chronic problem. European Commission and External Action Service try to develop a model for strategic communication, but unfortunately it doesn't work from their side. And from our side, it is at least the case in Serbia. Our president, our prime minister, and other ministers are speaking in favor of EU enlargement, but the media controlled by them, they are not doing the same. Quite the opposite. Very often they are speaking against European Union, they are speaking against enlargement. And so there is this schizophrenic situation why European Union started to mention communication in each document related to the Western Balkans. Okay. So this is the last thing I wanted to mention. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good. Okay. Cool. Immediately to Nejma. Nejma, please stick to 10 minutes because afterwards Tomasz has to speak 10 minutes and he has to leave. So please stick to the 10 minutes.
Okay, well, I will, hello to everyone. I will try to be as short as possible. And actually, that is not such a difficult task because as I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we are one of the countries that are not yet, that have not yet achieved the candidate status, then it's fairly easy to speak about the new methodology. There is nothing that concerns Bosnia and Herzegovina about new methodology, and that of course comes out of our position. The methodology itself is not the issue in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We are rather focused, if we are at all focused at this point on the EU process, we are focused on the political part of the process, which concerns mostly the willingness of the EU member states to support the enlargement. And just ahead of the summit in Ljubljana, there was a statement of the presidency chairman, Željko Komšić, and it is a few days after the meeting with Ursula von der Leyen, saying that we are happy and we can be very satisfied with the draft resolution of the summit, declaration of the summit that mentions enlargement. So though this is the major concern of Bosnia and Herzegovina at the moment. We are in the process since 1997, so it's together with North Macedonia. So it's already so we have already entered the third decade of the process without significant changes, and that in Bosnia and Herzegovina creates additional issue. So it's not how important the new methodology is, but how important the EU itself is at this point, and what kind of pressure, if any, it can apply when it comes to its dealings with Bosnia and Herzegovina. And in this period, which is longer than 2 decades, the European Union has changed its approach so many times that there is a very specific observation of the entire process in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And it is often compared to the Mission Impossible franchise. The Hollywood franchise with starring Tom Cruise and his team. So we have the same actors, we have similar plots and similar bad guys or similar issues every time. Of course, that the main actor wins in the end, but it is not the end. The end is not in sight, and we all know that regardless of the plot and regardless of the bad guys that appear, the franchise will continue. So whatever happens, there is a feeling, especially among the analysts and part of the political elite that is still interested in the EU process, there is this feeling that whatever change takes place and whatever restructuring of the process takes place, and we have witnessed all the restructurings, nothing much will change, and we'll just continue the relationship as it is. There are, of course, some positive aspects in this process. More than 80% of population of Bosnia and Herzegovina, meaning all 80% of the citizens of different ethnic background, of living in different parts of the country, support the EU process, and we do not have any political parties that are Eurosceptic. So they were all declaratively very, very supportive of the process. But that, however, has not changed the main issues within Bosnia and Herzegovina. So regardless of the renewed approaches and restructured approaches over the course of two decades, when we look at the major steps that took place, we can say that there is a continuity in the Bosnian orientation and relations, despite the slow speed. And the slow speed comes from the internal disagreements between different political actors. So for Bosnia's orientation towards the EU, it is important to say that it is a reflection of a regional trend. So once the entire region opted for the EU, Bosnia and Herzegovina joined, of course. The second aspect is the cost-benefit calculation and decision of the different political elites. The third aspect is also related to them. So what is left for Bosnia and Herzegovina from the process is actually the product of exchanges of different groups that are involved. And a great segment or the most important proof of the continuity of the orientation actually lies within the public administration in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And now we have managed to involve all the different levels. So it's not only the state and the entity level that are involved in the process, but also the lower levels, especially in the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina as one of the entities. So the third important factor, the interaction of institutions and agents is very important, and some of the previous steps, in contrast to the current mechanism of coordination that was established in order to make Bosnia and Herzegovina answer the questionnaire, the EU questionnaire, properly, is not only that the size of the team, but the composition of the team. And in many cases, it was not only the political affiliations and the political instructions, but also lack of experience from the lower levels of government, and the lack of knowledge of the entire process. So supposedly when Bosnia and Herzegovina reaches the phase of the negotiations, if we do not provide sufficient expertise and knowledge for the team members, we will have a huge problem. Another aspect that I wanted to stress in this short address is from the point of view of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the overall approach of the EU does not matter much. Of course, we will follow two specific issues regarding the new methodology. It does not apply to Bosnia and Herzegovina at the moment. And when you talk to politicians and civil servants and even analysts in Bosnia and Herzegovina about the issue of new methodology, they all answer with one metaphor, which in English is probably the closest translation is to count one's chicken before they are hatched. Pravimo ražanj bez zeca. Pravimo ražanj dok je zec u šumi. So meaning that we are discussing something that may not even apply to Bosnia and Herzegovina. But two aspects that we are going to follow is the role of the member states in the process. So whether there will be any changes in the decision-making process regarding enlargement within the EU itself, because the role of the member states and the role of the neighboring states is a telling and illustrative example for Bosnia and Herzegovina. And of course, the pace of reforms within Montenegro and Serbia under the new methodology. So if there is a resolution for North Macedonia and Albania, and a fairly soon start of negotiations, and if there is an acceleration in Serbia and Montenegro, that might be something that Bosnia Bosnia and Herzegovina, that will inspire the political elites in Bosnia and Herzegovina to take more interest into the new methodology. If that does not take place, then again, we're not going to discuss the new methodology, but we're going to we will be concerned with the political aspect of the process and the political will of the European Union to engage to engage with the enlargement. Okay. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for sticking to the time. Just one footnote. I know that we in the Balkans like to see, this kind of U.S. Hollywood movies when there is always one hero in the end that comes and saves everyone. But we have to get used to also to French cinematography where they're not too heavy on positivism. It doesn't suit their European taste. They're, happily ever after, it's too much sophisticated for them. So that's something that we have to take in consideration. Okay, moving to our V4 partners. Tomasz is on the line from Bratislava. Tomasz, I would like you to stress out about the future of the Western Balkans and what is the perception from Bratislava on this, knowing the role that you played, especially when it comes to North Macedonia, but not only. And I would also like to comment, and this goes also to Jana, that are the V4 countries really aware about their own responsibility within the EU and how that has repercussion on the Western Balkan enlargement process? So, Tomasz, the floor is yours, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much for the floor. Just a few points as we are running out of time. I think a lot has been said on the new enlargement methodology. Perhaps from my point of view, I would suggest to look at the issue through the optics of a half full glass and not half empty glass, because I think that it should be appreciated. The new methodology basically unlocked the enlargement process, at least at the previous stage, because it somehow helped to convince the countries, the hesitant countries like France and Denmark and the Netherlands to actually support Albania and North Macedonia in their integration process at the stage of negotiations. I think that the thing that should be also valued is the close connection between the enlargement process and the reform processes. I think that these two are inseparable. And basically what I would suggest is to somehow advise the governments of the Western Balkan countries to concentrate more on the reforms and perhaps a little bit less on the enlargement process as such. Because at the end, the well-implemented reforms are to help the people, to increase the living standards of the people, to make economy work better, to actually introduce new elements and new instruments in the life in all the sectors. So I think that the strong stress on the reform processes is there. Of course, this might sound as a fairy tale because we know that it's not that easy to sell the reforms to the people. They sometimes need a longer time to deliver tangible results. But I think that in this regard, also the Central European, the Visegrad countries can help in order to somehow share their know-how from not only from the integration processes, because it's been 17 years already since we became the members of the European Union, but also from the reform processes. And I think that in this field we have something to deliver, definitely, all four countries. I would just say that Slovakia is also trying hard to share its know-how from the integration and reform processes. The countries like Serbia, North Macedonia, Albania, but I would also say to a certain extent Bosnia and Herzegovina and Montenegro are the target countries of of this delivery or know-how sharing. So I think that these processes should somehow continue, and it should also be the task not only for the individual V4 countries, but also for the V4 presidency or the Visegrad group as such. At the time when the Czech Republic will hold its its presidency in the EU Council, actually Slovakia will be having the presidency in the Visegrad group. So perhaps it is also possible to look at some, points where we can merge the efforts and somehow multiply the assistance and also, I would say, the support that is definitely needed in terms of the integration of the Western Balkan countries to the European Union. I think we haven't been discussing much the issue of the debate on the future of Europe. I think here the V4 countries also raised their voice on the level of the EU and somehow supported the initial idea to include the Western Balkan countries on this debate, because it is it's quite natural that the countries that are aspiring for the EU membership would be part of the debate on the future of Europe. We know that the result was different, and the countries of the Western Balkans officially do not take part in this debate. But I think that we should look for the ways how to include them, how to involve them in these processes. And I think that here countries like Slovakia, the Czech Republic, but also Slovenia can actually bring some ideas. So this would be another point. And I would end up with perhaps highlighting another point, like once again, the enlargement process has become the victim of a bilateral dispute of political issue. So I think that this shouldn't be the fact that we should be fine with, because basically this time, of course, it is nothing new. We had bilateral issues in the enlargement process even before. Our friends from Slovenia can confirm, our friends from Croatia as well. We in the V4 also are not free of some problematic issues in bilateral relations. Let's look at the Czech-Polish dispute on the mine in Turów, which also reached the EU level. But still, I think that these bilateral issues should be put aside and the enlargement process should be given priority. Again, it is not that simple, of course, but it would be actually quite interesting to listen to the voices from the North Macedonia and Bulgaria, how to proceed in these issues, because from our point of view, it seems to be the deadlock that has an impact on the whole enlargement process. And I think that in this regard, the importance of regional cooperation should be mentioned, because the regional cooperation helped us actually to somehow calm down the disputes, the bilateral disputes in our region, in Central Europe, in the Visegrad region. And basically the regional cooperation also allowed our countries to concentrate on the issue of joint interest and not that much dig into the problems that were held on the bilateral level. So thank you very much again for inviting me. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Tomáš. Jana, same question goes to you. You're the last speaker, so you can also round it up afterwards in the end.
Thank you, Zoran, and I will try to be brief because I'm aware that I'm the only thing standing between you and the coffee break at this point. On the other hand, it will be quite easy task for me because going as the last speaker is always difficult because pretty much everything was already said. So I will try to focus mostly on the V4 dimension in terms of enlargement and the supporters of the EU enlargement. And I like the reference that Jelica made to the Friends of Enlargement inside the EU, and the V4, together with Slovenia, are the most vocal advocates for continuation of enlargement, and they are continuously reminding their European partners that the enlargement should remain on the agenda, and it's important to keep it among the priorities, and so on. So on one hand, this task has proved very important for the Western Balkans. I believe the V4 still, or that's our experience, that the V4 still has a good name, good brand inside the Western Balkan region among the countries, and our countries are still viewed as an example of success and some kind of inspiration maybe for the Western Balkan countries where to aspire. And while this is all very beneficial, I would also maybe bring in some more skeptical note, because currently we are in a situation when the most vocal and the most visible proponents of enlargement inside the EU are countries which are most at odds with the European Commission and with some other member states, especially from Western Europe. So in this situation, the Visegrad countries, together with Slovenia, should be very careful of avoiding some kind of isolation, which could result, because they are the ones putting this topic on the agenda, but they also have to be very proactive and very constructive in searching for partners inside the EU on this topic. So what we have seen recently was this alliance being formed between mostly the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Serbia and Slovenia, which of course can be beneficial in terms of sharing of know-how, sharing of experience, encouraging the Western Balkan countries on their path, on their reforms towards the EU membership. On the other hand, I believe that the Visegrad, together with Slovenia, should really try to get more partners on board. And in this regard, we have seen some enhanced dialogue on EU enlargement between some Visegrad countries, Slovenia and Austria, which is a good example. The enlargement agenda was also, or is a potential topic for more inter-regional cooperation inside Europe, so between the Visegrad countries and the Baltic states, for example. But Czech Republic, with the upcoming presidency in autumn 2022, as was mentioned several times here today, will have a special role, because of course it will take the presidency after France, so nobody expects much progress during the French presidency. And we learned today that also the summit, the next EU Western Balkan summit, should be held in Prague under the Czech presidency. But what the Czech diplomacy should strive for is actually to establish more dialogue in the trio platform, which is basically the three presiding countries inside the EU consecutively. So in the case of Czech Republic, it will be France, Czech Republic, and Sweden. Because Sweden has traditionally been a rather supportive country of enlargement of the EU in principle, so it would be very advisable for Czech diplomats to actually establish more dialogue with Sweden, try to get France on board, at least to discuss enlargement, at least to exchange the opinions and views, to learn the positions from France, and maybe to be able to formulate better its ambition and its goals for the next EU Western Balkan summit to be held in Prague, in order to achieve some more tangible progress and goals. Also, in terms of searching for new partners inside the EU, we will have a new situation with Angela Merkel leaving the office and the new German Chancellor coming in. So again, the Visegrad Group has quite, and especially through Czech Republic and Slovakia, we have very good and interesting relations with Germany. So oftentimes in past few years, Czech Republic actually played the role of a bridge between the V4 and especially Hungary and Poland on one side, and on the other side on Germany. So especially the Czech Republic has this burden, I would say, and this responsibility to try to bridge these two sides again, to establish a new dialogue with the new Chancellor once we know who it is. and to actually try to win over the big states and to avoid this potential isolation, and I would even say the risk of labeling enlargement as a toxic topic inside the EU. When it's being promoted by the leaders of the countries who are oftentimes criticized from the EU for autocratic or illiberal tendencies. Apart from that, what I see as a benefit which the V4 countries can bring in this discussion is the shift in narrative. Because what we have seen in the past few years was this shift towards more geopolitical and security-based narratives about the EU enlargement. It may be pragmatic, it may be practical in terms of persuading other states who might not be that interested in the region or not really supportive of the EU enlargement to get them on board, for them to see the benefits and the importance of this agenda. On the other hand, what I'm personally missing in the discussion about the current enlargement wave is the normative aspects, the idea of the united Europe. The idea of the ideals on which the EU was established as such, and which was very important also for us in the so-called Big Bang enlargement in 2004. This whole idea of returning to Europe and our joint history and joint future. So hopefully these will be some benefits or some positive, constructive aspects that the V4 countries can bring forward in the upcoming presidencies. It is also important to realize that it's not only the Czech Republic which will hold the presidency next year, but in 2024 there will be Hungary, and the year after there will be Poland. So the next few years will be pretty much in the hands of the V4 countries, and we will see what they manage to do with it.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's quite a good end of this part of the discussion. So yeah, the coffee is outside, so there are no time for Q&A. You can ask any of us outside during coffee, and we start, 12:25, not to take more time from your coffee. Okay.
Okay, hello and welcome back, everyone. I hope the coffee was invigorating, but I think it was because we're all smiling. And we're back with the second and last panel of the day. And this panel has a quite wordy title. It's called Reinventing Regional Cooperation Under Decreased EU Leverage in the Western Balkans. Again, quite wordy, but we will try to do just that. So discuss the current situation and provide ideas for the refreshing of the regional cooperation in the region based on the current situation and the knowledge that our speakers gained during the study visits of the Think Balkans project and, well, their own analysis. So firstly, let me begin with presenting all six panelists. I will start with our guests online. So Ms. Donika Emini, joining us from Kosovo, is a Executive Director of the Civicos platform and member of the Balkans in Europe Policy Advisory Group. The second person joining us online is Mr. Nikola Mumin, Executive Director of the Politico Network. But our panelists joining us in 3D, so live, are Ms. Marta Špala, a Senior Fellow at the Central European Department of the Center for Eastern Studies, Mr. Zoran Nechev, Head of the Center for EU Integration at the Institute for Democracy, Civitas Socialis. Then we have Mr. Ledion Kristafi, a researcher at the Albanian Institute for International Studies, and last but not least, Mr. Ferenc Nemeth, Research Fellow at the Institute for Foreign Affairs and Trade. So welcome everyone. Before we start, just a couple of ground rules, I guess, housekeeping. Each of the panelists will have approximately 8 to 9 minutes to share their thoughts and views. I will try to be flexible, but not too much, because I promise that we will end, promptly. So Marco, I promise that we will be really, really swift. And since we are here just in time for the EU Western Balkans Summit, it is of course logical that we will begin and focus slightly on the summit tomorrow. So the plenary session that was announced is focusing on the reaffirmation of the European perspective of the Western Balkans, development of mutual cooperation and the region's social economic recovery in the context of the, of course, ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. And it is also focused on the implementation of the economic and investment plan and on intensifying regional cooperation and exploring further cooperation on political and security matters of mutual concern. Now, we all know that, well, regional cooperation has been a buzzword in the entire Southeast Europe for years, with various actors taking an interest in the region, with different initiatives being launched continuously. And although some EU member states believe that regional cooperation in the Western Balkans is quite slow going, we do know that the will to cooperate is definitely there, and it has been shown through various initiatives and fora for discussions like the Berlin process, the EU Western Balkans ministerial forums, Brdo Briuni, Regional Cooperation Council, Southeast European Cooperation Mechanism, and various civil society-led events and instruments. Now, in the context of these mentioned positive examples of cooperation, my first question to the panelists coming from the Western Balkans region is twofold. So what is your take on the current situation in regards to the regional cooperation in the region? And we know that frustrations because of the slow accession process are present in the Western Balkans region and growing. But could we really say that it has come to this far that the EU is actually losing its grip in a way and paving the way for other actors to come to the region? So basically, what's your take on the current situation in regards to the regional cooperation? And do you believe that EU is losing its grip in the region? So let's go to one online speaker first. So Nikola, if you're with us and you can hear us, the floor is yours. And as said, you have 8 to 9 minutes. I will close an eye if you use 10. It's fine.
First of all, thank you for kind introductions. I would like to thank you for inviting me. I will be, of course, speaking on the behalf of experience of Montenegro. So the questions about regional cooperation, I don't think they're very present in Montenegro as a country which is currently going through some internal turmoil. It has a lot of challenges which are to be addressed in the country itself. This is, of course, regarding the European Union accession process. So first of all, I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room, which is the new methodology, which kind of, I don't want to say rocked, but did cause some effects in Montenegro. For example, of course, the Montenegro's accession process was always based on the closing of the chapters which concern the rule of law. But now with the new methodology, this becomes an obstacle if not conducted right. This will become an obstacle in the future of the process. So I think that political actors in Montenegro finally realized that EU membership is not something which is guaranteed, that it is a process which needs to be worked on. So we can definitely see some advancements there. For example, Montenegro adopted necessary changes to the law on persecution. During that process, Commission of Venice was consulted, which is somewhat of a breakthrough in the accession process of Montenegro. But being an official leader in the negotiations, I think that political actors, which are decision makers, have kind of relaxed, and that the process has been going on for 9 years now, and it definitely this new methodology breathes new life into the process itself. And I think that European Union showed with the implementation of new methodology for Montenegro that it's not losing its grip on the region. I think I think the opposite, that it shows that it is ready to commit itself to the integration process. Unfortunately, I think more than the countries which are negotiating to become a member themselves. Another important thing is, of course, the economic investment plan for the Western Balkans region. This plan, I think, has a lot of potential because the amount of money which is going to be inserted into the region is 1/3 of the region's GDP, and it's actually 7 or 8 GDPs of Montenegro. And this is a kind of two-edged sword because those funds really need to make a difference if I think if the process itself is going to be ended in a positive manner in the future. And positive manner is, of course, all 6 Western Balkans countries becoming member states. So I think that in that aspect, that fund and that plan needs to be implemented in a way which will create sustainable systems, which will in the future not be dependent on some investment plan coming from the European Union, but actually to promote, to establish a sustainable system between the 6 countries themselves. Because, for example, Montenegrin economy has suffered the largest fall of GDP after in the year 2020. And this is because the economic policy led by the decision makers until now couldn't create a sustainable system which can resolve the issues related to COVID. And because issues with Montenegrin economy didn't just appear with COVID. They were there for decades. So I think that this economically for Montenegro, this investment plan and accent on regional cooperation could have great economic benefits first, because historically speaking, Montenegro's economy was the most sustainable one when it was a part of a federation or an economic union. And the largest and the countries in which Montenegro exported most were countries from this region. It was Bosnia, it was Serbia, it was Macedonia, and I think that when these internal issues in Montenegro are resolved, that cooperation with the region will be better established. For now, Montenegro is left outside the mini Schengen or Open Balkans initiative with excuses that our country will be the next member of the European Union, no matter what. I think whether we stay out or in, or we go in the Open Balkans, it is definitely a good idea to say that to establish good regional cooperation between countries, because I think that it will accelerate the European Union accession process itself. But in the long term, it will help develop these countries in a more sustainable way, make them competent on the market, and of course, just pave the way for societies that can be prosperous and whose citizens wouldn't have to leave. I don't want to take any more time. I see that I've gone over 8 minutes. So thank you. These were just this is just to kickstart the conversation, and I'm really looking forward to hear what other panelists have to say about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicola. And yes, you were very prompt, so thank you for that. The panelists are grinning at me because I wasn't even strict with you, but okay. So now we go to Ledion. The same question for you. So the frustrations because of the slow accession process are, of course, present in the region. But would you say that it has come so far that the EU has lost the grip and the other actors may enter the region or are already there? And what is your take on the situation of the regional cooperation, either in Albania or in the region?
Thank you, Anna. First, for your question about situation with regional cooperation, there was one journalist once who asked Mahatma Gandhi, and he said, what do you think about Western civilization? And Gandhi said, it would have been a good idea. So this is what I think the situation with the regional cooperation is, and I can illustrate it to understand it better with the Kosovo-Serbia issue a few days and last week. When it came to this problem, where was regional cooperation? where was Open Balkans. Albanian Prime Minister went to Pristina and offered full support for Kosovo. And when asked if he had talked with his friend Vucic from Open Balkans, Rama said that no, he hadn't talked with Vucic because there was no need to talk with Vucic about this issue. So when it comes, I said this to illustrate there is something artificial, let's say, about this regional cooperation. Of course, compared with 20 years ago, it's not the same as it has been. It has changed considerably. Now the region is, let's say, is talking with each other. But I said there is something artificial in the meaning that when it comes to these essential problems like this with Kosovo, Serbia in the border, there is no regional cooperation. Everybody is in its own position, and there is no way, let's say, from the solution to come from the region. The solution in this case came from Brussels and the United States. It didn't come from the region. From Albania's point of view, I can say metaphorically that Albania has come late to the region because it has, let's say, historically, even in the last 30 years, it has mostly relations with Italy, for example, than with the region. But some initiatives like CEFTA, for example, has been successful since 2007 and ongoing. Trade between Albania, especially Serbia, has increased considerably. But at the moment, I think CEFTA has stuck in a certain way. There is no possibility of going further. And even though it is a free trade agreement, all the countries in the region, they find some kind of non-tariff barriers to protect their markets. Second, very, I say, successful, at least theoretical initiative, the Berlin process. But from Albania's point of view, I think of all the projects Albania has received, none of them has been implemented, and none of them, as far as I know, has started being implemented. And to illustrate the point, for example, one of the first projects given in the Berlin process was a project for the tour sport in Albania to reconstruct two of the quays. And of course, the work hasn't started. The procedures to start the work had taken a lot of time. And last year, not even this year, before the elections, the Albanian government announced that they are going to rebuild totally the tour sport with an investment from the United Arab Emirates that had nothing to do with the Berlin process. In this case, that project of tour sport is going to be moved 30 kilometers away to another location. So this is let's say what has happened in general with the projects in the Berlin process. So they take a lot of time from Albania's government point of view, let's say. They take a lot of time, and they are not, let's say, there is nothing practical yet of those projects. In general, I can say from Albania's point of view, regional cooperation has been mostly, let's say, improving relations with Serbia. And we have seen, especially after 2014, when the first meeting was between Albanian Prime Minister and Serbian Prime Minister at the time, there have been a lot of meetings and conferences, etc. But I think in this case, this was supported, of course, by the European Union along the model of Germany and France about reconciliation after the Second World War, etc. But in this point of view, I think this has been wrong, focusing the regional cooperation between Albania and Serbia, because Albania and Serbia doesn't have any problem with each other. They haven't no direct issues with each other. So the only issue is between Kosovo and Serbia. So all of this rhetoric about reconciliation and regional cooperation between Albania and Serbia in a certain way is wrong. There is nothing to reconcile between Albania and Serbia in the end. But this has created, in a certain way, also problems, let's say, to sell regional cooperation in the Albanian public. It is difficult to sell regional cooperation to the general Albanian public when it has been focused on the Albania-Serbia issue. How can you sell regional cooperation with Serbia to the Albanian public when Serbia doesn't recognize Kosovo or do whatever they do against Kosovo? So in this case, I think, of course, the region and the regional cooperation is much better compared with 20 years ago, but this is not sufficient in a certain way. It's not sufficient to just sit and talk with each other when, in the end, when it comes to really important issues, everybody goes to its fixed positions. But also, from Albania's point of view, I said it's difficult in a certain way to engage the country with the region. We are very close, of course, but the economic and the trade orientation is mostly with Italy, let's say. So why, let's say, common Albania should be engaged more with Bosnia and Herzegovina, for example, Serbia, or the other country where his business or his is towards Italy. So for the next, the second question about the EU losing its grip, of course, this depends on the country. From Albania's point of view, no, it's not losing its grip, of course, because there is no other alternative. There is no Russian or Chinese or even Turkish alternative, even though a lot of commentators on the Balkan issues, they like to point at the Turkish influence in Albania, but I don't think there is any real influence in Albania. There is only one country in Albania which has a real, let's say, influence, and that is the United States of America. So from Albania's point of view, I don't think there is any alternative. Even the last poll that I think from last year that my institute in Tirana did about Albania and the European Union, 86% of Albanians said they were for the European Union. So there is absolutely no alternative. For the other countries of the region, of course, we can talk a lot about losing grip because it has lost the grip long ago, not now, in this 1 or 2 last years. But this doesn't mean that the European Union should continue with the same policy towards Albania and towards the region. For example, in my view, I can say that this coupling of Albania with North Macedonia is wrong, because each country should be evaluated on its own merit. So the same thing it was 2 years ago when it was Albania blocking North Macedonia, now is North Macedonia blocking Albania. It's the same situation. It's simply wrong. So every country should be evaluated on its own merits, and we all know that none of these Western Balkan countries is ready to become part of the European Union. None, even Montenegro, which even though they may think they are in the first line of being part of the European Union, they are not even there. So none of these countries is ready. But opening negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia is, in my view, it's a small step, let's say. The European Union can control the process, the ongoing process after open negotiations. So this issue with blocking Albania and North Macedonia with open negotiation, of course, it is damaging. In some circles, I can say in Albania, let's say a feeling has started to grow that maybe in the end, the reason for all of this delaying and all these blocks and all these vetoes is that maybe in the end some countries, they simply don't want us to be part of the European Union. This kind of feeling has started, let's say, to grow in Albania. It's still in infancy, let's say, but if the European Union continues with the same policy, this feeling could grow. Of course, someone, I don't remember exactly, said before me, maybe Mr. Tilev, said that to wait 15 or 20 years for EU integration is too long. It's real long. So if someone who is now 20 years old, he can think that when I'm 40, with married and with kids, etc., and Albania is going to be part of the European Union. This is too long. Not just for Albania, for everybody. We all know that the countries are not ready, but this is not justification in a way. Even Bulgaria or Romania were not ready in 2007 to become part of the European Union, and they did become part of the European Union. So it was much easier 20 years ago or 30 years ago or even 40 years ago to become part of the European Union than now. So in the end, it's important to ask the question, what is the point of all this? I can give you an example of Spain, for example. Before 1974, when Franco dictatorship ended in Spain, Spain was a very poor country, agriculture country, the same thing with Portugal. It was much poorer than France, for example. And in the 10 years of negotiations from 12 almost, 74 to 86, when Spain became part of the European Union, there was a considerable influx of investments, a lot of investments and other things in Spain, which decrease, let's say, the gap between Spain and France, for example. This is not happening in the Balkans. The Balkans is far away from the average European Union, for example. It's like 20 or 40% each country is from the average GDP per capita of the European Union. This gap is not being bridged between the Western Balkans or even the Balkans in general and the European Union. This is one of the main problems, let's say. The European Union, the Balkans cannot become part, the Western Balkans cannot become part of the European Union where this gap is so big. Because, for example, if Albania or North Macedonia or Bosnia or Serbia become, let's say, tomorrow or in January 2022 part of the European Union and they open the market, can you imagine what would happen in the end? So everybody's going to the European Union in the end, to Germany, to work in Germany. It's going to be a total collapse. So first of all, the European Union should invest, let's say, much more to bridge the gap between the region and the European Union. As it has happened in the case, I took the case of Spain, but you could take the case of other countries, even Czech Republic or Poland or Slovakia before their integration in the European Union. So to conclude, it's not losing its grip, of course, but this is not a justification to continue the same thing for over and over. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, do we have Donika with us? I would turn with a similar question to her. So, Donika, if you're here, where do you see the biggest flaws where the regional cooperation could be better, and what do you feel should be done to strengthen it?
Hi, can you hear me and can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Hi.
I don't know, I cannot see the audience, so hi to everybody in the panel, those who joined online, and if there are people in the audience in person, then greetings from Kosovo. Sorry I couldn't make it in person. There is one thing we should, have it clear. Regional cooperation is not easy. It's not easy even for Visegrad countries. You have to agree with a bunch of countries which share different orientations, different interests, different agendas. And it's not necessarily easy to coordinate, even if the countries share no common conflicted past, or if they are part of a union, which isn't the case with Visegrad countries. There still are a lot of challenges. Imagine this happening in the Western Balkans. First, there is lack of trust between the countries. I mean, if you follow the discussion about Open Balkans or previously mini Schengen initiative, you can see that there is clear lack of trust. And I do agree with the fact that these regional initiatives might not be as sustainable as we want them to be, because they've been in a way funded by the EU, initiated by the EU, maintained by the EU, but I mean, let's be honest, the situation has changed. We are talking about, probably with a region that has better regional cooperation than it had decades ago. Is it like as good as we want it to be? No, it can be improved, but there is a lot of improvement in this regard. Just, if you follow the discussions during the COVID-19 pandemic and when the Green Corridor was opened, you could see that it was, as a result of regional cooperation initiatives, such as RCC, that made it possible. Or like everybody wants to think that Berlin process wasn't something that really brought something to the region. I do not agree. I mean, the roaming, I think, was one of the most tangible products that we actually have seen coming up from regional initiatives, with or without the EU, but still quite effective. Bringing the perspective from Kosovo, the only thing I don't understand about my country is how little they understand regional cooperation, but also how little they really are thankful to these regional cooperation mechanisms. Because Kosovo, as you know, is not recognized by Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. And there will be no platform, no political initiative that could make these countries bilaterally cooperate. It was exactly the regional cooperation mechanisms, which were, of course, funded by the EU, but also at some point started to work in itself, basically made it possible. If you look at what Kosovo has gained from these initiatives, besides the fact that it's part of these initiatives, it has a say. It also has benefited both in infrastructure, but also politically. While for other countries, it's just infrastructure or projects, be it limited or not. for Kosovo, it had also the political benefits, which we hardly sometimes recognize. Why we do not recognize these is the fact that to get into regional initiatives, we had to sign a deal between Kosovo and Serbia, which was signed in the Brussels, in the framework of EU facilitated dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia in Brussels, and it put a footnote to Kosovo. So now there is Kosovo with a footnote, and it really that it states that Kosovo is a state, it's a country, recognized country for the recognizers, and it's under 1244 for the non-recognizers. So it's just stating a fact, but either way, it made it possible for Kosovo to participate in these initiatives. Now we are having a change in the government, and the new government is very new into this. Instead of SEFTA, the current one with a C, we have proposed a SEFTA with an S, apparently including more states than SEFTA does, or like proposing a bilateral economic cooperation between the EU and candidate countries, similar to what it is in Norway, Switzerland, Iceland, speaking of very well-developed countries, which the EU has immense economic interest to cooperate with. So it still is unsustainable, and unsustainable because, of course, I mentioned lack of trust. I mean, when we talk about mini Schengen and the open Balkans, it not only exposed how fragile the relations between Serbia and Kosovo are, but also it exposed how difficult it is to navigate around Albania for Kosovo. I mean, clearly, it was mentioned here that mini Schengen and then open Balkans has been quite a problematic issue to be discussed between Prime Minister Edi Rama and Prime Minister Albin Kurti lately. They are clearly sharing different perspectives, but also different approaches to this initiative. But also shows how other countries as well, such as Montenegro, but also Bosnia and Herzegovina, have problems to actually join something that is a trilateral relation, which in a way sort of aimed at substituting what is already existing. The only problem I have with open Schengen or open mini Schengen or open Balkans, for instance, is that it is coming from leaders who actually have all regional initiatives existing, have signed SEFTA, and have other mechanisms like Berlin Process, and they fail to implement all these agreements to improve regional cooperation. And instead of working on the current problems, they have created another mechanism, an additional mechanism, which is unknown. And really, if there is a person who can describe what it is and what's the aim of mini Schengen and what's the added value to already existing initiatives, well, I don't know. But you cannot replace political will. You can create new mechanisms, but political will should be there to actually make it possible. So it's redundant to create additional mechanisms without the political will to actually implement the ones that are already there. My only, on a more negative note, my only concern is that if there is no EU perspective for the region, will these initiatives make it? Will these initiatives survive? I mean, they are quite fragile, and clearly they are still not deriving from the region. They're still needing the EU. So if we don't have the EU, will the countries be willing to cooperate, and will they be willing to remain committed to the regional cooperation mechanisms? Then that's a big question mark. What is also a negative point, which I have been working a lot lately on, is the fact that what the EU created with regional initiatives, especially those on economic cooperation, they have been used by third parties. I mean, it's untrue. I mean, I would agree totally with the fact that, with the statement that there is no alternative for the region. But if there is no EU perspective, the other alternatives are going to be there. And one of them is Turkey. While constantly people have undermined Turkey in comparison to China and Russia, for instance, if you look at RCC and all regional cooperation mechanisms, they have been used by Turkey in a very wise way. Since 2009, actually, when Turkey signed free trade agreements with all countries in the region, it utilized and used all the infrastructure, be it political, be it project-wise, from the EU to actually extend its influence, but also for its economic advantages in the region. So basically, all the investment that the EU has been doing so far is being used by other actors, especially Turkey, when it comes to the economic projects. But also there was a joke on the Berlin process. It was Berlin process provides the photo op, but political power comes from Russia and money comes from China, because it was true that most of the projects that were actually mentioned in the framework of the Berlin process have been either supported financially by China, or the countries have taken loans by China to make these projects come true. So yeah, in a nutshell, where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? It's really what our political elites should understand is that we cannot avoid each other physically. It is impossible, like literally. We can enter the EU. We can also be part of, I don't know, American initiatives or even African, but we will still be physically next to each other. And without really sorting out what do we want from each other and from the region, we cannot define our position, but also we cannot really even know how to navigate with a bigger union such as Germany. It was mentioned rightly. I mean, in Kosovo, we constantly have this argument. It's the economy is so small when we join with Serbia, or like when we have a common market with other countries which are, stronger economically, we will just, disappear. Well, guess what? When you enter the EU market, you have to compete with Germany. You have to be with Germany and learn how to navigate and survive when you compete with bigger economies such as those in the EU. So we really have to understand that this is our future. We'll have to understand what's our added value and what we bring to the table in the region and then in the EU. We cannot blame the others for constantly not knowing what we want or not defining what and who we are. So this is maybe on a negative or a positive note. This is my initial intervention. I will be very happy to be included in the discussion, although I'm online, it's probably not so easy. But again, thanks for having me, and I'm looking forward to hearing other interventions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Donika. So might it be a positive or a negative note? I will give now the word to Zoran. So lack of trust, lack of political will, the artificial feeling of cooperation process were all mentioned before. If we build upon this, let's go to the establishment of Think Balkans network. Would it provide a good helping hand to actually strengthen the regional cooperation? Would it be either by helping the cooperation of countries, civil society actors, and ministry, connecting them all together?
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's very difficult to speak after Donika, but I got used to it in time. Before going to the Think Balkans thing, I just wanted to say a few things, and I can give you just one example how beneficial it is. Roaming was mentioned, and one of the first things that our countries require was to have a roaming-free zone with the EU member states. Right, to be part of the EU scheme. The response coming from EU, first you need to work out yourself within the region and then come to us in order to have a roaming free. Which was, for me, great response, because like that, they put pressure on these countries to work on a joint agenda. And now, I can switch my phone easily on mobile data in Serbia, or in Albania, in Kosovo, wherever, and I don't have to pay Previously, it was around 150 dinars. That's like €2.5 for a minute. That's how expensive it was. Imagine a phone conversation of 5 minutes is already €10. I don't want to go give you the figures on mobile data because you will be surprised. So now I can switch on data. I can make phone calls. It really works. And it took, I don't know how much it was, but around 3 years to put that in practice. And now the next step is the EU scheme. So obviously, we need to learn that first. We need to work among ourselves as partners and then move to the EU. If we don't understand that, although a lot of years have passed without really understanding it, but if we don't really understand this, then we cannot move forward. That's the first, and I think the example showcased the whole process. The second point is that, maybe regional cooperation is not to the level that we all want, but compared from before, I think that we are much advanced, even on political level. Previously it was difficult for, Rama at that point in time or Vučić to meet, and they haven't met, the president, they haven't met for 40, 50 years. Now, it's like already, boring to see a leader panel because they will come to Bled Strategy Forum. Previously, they were in Prespa, and they start repeating themselves because they see so much, so often each other that they repeat the same things. So if you are in the audience, you will get boring after a while because it's the same talk. But at least, maybe it is a photo opportunity, but it's an important one. Plus, it's not only, these regional settings, but it's also the EU settings. The Berlin process, we can discuss as much as we want about the results, but I don't know if Kurti or Komšić or whoever in the region can see once per year Macron and Merkel and have at least a 3-minute discussion with them. It is much needed, whatever they say in these 3 minutes. But at least they will see them. And they will have a discussion which is focused only on the Western Balkan. How we are going to make advantage for us to have these people sitting on the same table with our leaders, that's another story. But that's also the capacity and willingness for our leaders from the region to put something on the agenda, because you have to commit something. Otherwise, it's a useless process. When it comes to these regional organizations, because the panel is reinventing regional cooperation under decreased EU leverage, I think that they will continue working, regardless if they are funded by the countries themselves only or by the European or by the EU. Of course, much of these things need to change in this regional cooperation because now we have them so much, then we don't know which regional setting, which regional organization does certain things, and are they overlapping or not. Open Balkans, Migi Schengen, whatever that it is going to be called. These kind of regional groupings, I think that we should not, dismiss them at first. We can discuss how it is being sold. I am also against the way it is being sold to the public and the audience in the Western Balkans, but at least it's a kind of an initiative in the Balkans that aims to go a little bit more than what we have in the regional economic area. What people forgot or what is not being told to the people is actually that in order to see Open Balkans being implemented, you need to apply the very same rules and regulations that the EU is putting us in the process. So if the EU is the common denominator, the technical criteria, which once we succeed will open another door in the EU accession process, whatever initiative comes, it's fine with me. The thing is that not to lower the technical criteria with any of this regional initiative, but if we go more than what is expected, and then all countries, fulfill these technical criteria, which are actually EU criteria, then I'm fine, regardless who is in the initiative. If then the Western Balkans themselves, This will be the conclusion if you just follow the money. So, yeah, and in the end, and I will conclude with this, I think much has been said about Think Balkans, not to continue saying the same thing, but why it is needed also to continue working on this. What we are pushing now as an initiative, and this is well, member states and the European Commission, is this concept of nearshoring of supply chains. That means, you know, European companies do not have to go to China for a certain product, but because of all this conversation about strategic autonomy, resilience, etc., they can come to the Western Balkan countries which share the same values. At least they have committed to it, to them, and they also are really close to Europe and European European companies. And of course, when it comes to this kind of, you know, nearshoring concepts or supply chains, we have to understand that only we can work as a region. None of this, you know, there are a lot of discussion. For example, I have been present on discussion and they say, okay, let's bring Volkswagen to Macedonia. Great, okay, let's do that. But when they will have, you know, a request for 15 million whatever car parts, we cannot, you know, we cannot produce 1 million, not 15 million. But when it comes to the region, if they open one factory in Tirana, the other factory in Skopje, in Pristina or whatever, and if you work with the region, you can actually supply them. But for that, you need a regional economic approach. And this is something that is the next stage. This political one, I think that we have reached somehow the limit. We need to move it a little bit more. Of course, Kosovo and Serbia, this will remain an open question. It's a bilateral. Countries help. How much and how sufficiently, that remains a question. But at least in these economic terms, we can move forward. And actually, that's the only way we can move forward, because all of these economies are so small in scale. You know, we can't do anything on our own. But if we, you know, approach these companies as a region, then it's a completely different approach. So I will stop here.
Excellent, thank you, Zoran. So, when talking about working with the region and learning to work among ourselves, I think it's just the right way to introduce Visegrad. So, I mean, yeah, I think I'm correct saying this. So, if we do turn to the experience of the Visegrad countries, what do you feel is the current status of cooperation between the Visegrad countries themselves and between Visegrad and the Western Balkans? So, Ferenc, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Then I will start if you don't mind. That's a tough question. Yeah. Well, I will start with the cooperation within the Visegrad countries, and then I will transition to what they think about Western Balkans and regional cooperation within the Western Balkans. We should grab every opportunity as we can to say that no matter the government compositions in the Visegrad countries, they always support enlargement. They are still friends of enlargement, and they don't only support the accession to the Western Balkans 6 to the EU, but they also support the fulfillment of the promises that the EU made over the course of the last years that were left unfulfilled at this stage. When it comes to their attitude towards regional cooperation, they have a lot of experience on that. They have exactly 30 years since the establishment of the Visegrad Group, so they can offer a lot to the region. Obviously, they might not all of the Visegrad countries at this point can be good role models for the region. We need to face that. They face some problems within the EU community as member state, but still the way they created their regional platform and the way it functions today can be a good example, a good cornerstone for the Western Balkans as well. When it comes to the regional cooperations in the Western Balkans, they also support every mechanism that can last long, and I would highlight sustainability in this sense. And they don't perceive regional cooperation mechanisms, let it be the open Balkans, as a second option for the region. So they still believe, and they truly believe, that the option for full-fledged membership is possible, and regional cooperation or regional cooperation mechanisms can be a good step toward that fulfillment, toward that goal. In this sense, I would like to highlight two misperceptions, if you will, with regards to the Visegrad Group and the Visegrad cooperation. The one is that one of the biggest misperception is that those four countries are look-alike, think alike, countries, and countries must think alike at all times in terms of every policy field possible. Obviously, they have all the four Visegrad countries have the same history. Those four countries are between Germany and Russia, with their complicated relationship with them. They had their own problems with each other, as well as they experienced socialism and communism as such, let's say, together, as well as they experienced in the 90s the same economic problems in transitioning towards market economies. But what was common in them is their desire to join the NATO and the EU, to rejoin the West after the regime changes that happened in 89 and 90. So what we can say is that they, in this sense, they do have some similarities, but when it comes to differences, the list goes on and on. So basically, at this stage, we cannot really identify a lot of policy fields through which they have a common voice. We can only detect like a few. When it comes to their size, the size of the population, size of their economic impact or market, they are not the same. They have different goals as well, and not to mention their foreign policy orientation, just to mention their different views on Russia. So what we can say is that no matter this kind of differences between them, they were able to put those aside in hopes for reaching EU enlargement, which they set as their strategic priority ever since the 90s. And when we translate that into the Western Balkan context, we can find the same things. They are very much different in terms of their policies, in terms of their relations with each other, but they still have the same goals. That is EU accession, that is problems that cannot be faced alone. Let's say pollution. Pollution doesn't know borders, obviously. And also there's some similar traces when it comes to history and current economic problems like brain drain and the lack of FDI. So in my view, that really gives an opportunity to have a regional cooperation that only focuses on the Western Balkans, that puts aside the high-level political issues that the countries faces, because we could see the same high-level political issues within the Visegrad Group, but that should not and cannot be the obstacles for their enhanced cooperation. And another misconception that I usually see and heard from people from the Western Balkans and also from some member states is that regional cooperation mechanisms are only beneficial prior joining the EU, prior being a full-fledged member state. This is not true, and given the current history and processes within the EU and among member states, we can see that this so-called minilateralism, so the cooperation between a couple of member states is getting more important. The Visegrad Group is in a good path on becoming one of the strongest and oldest or pioneers of multilateralism after, for example, the Benelux countries or the Nordic countries. And the same can be also projected for the Western Balkans upon successful joining the European Union. Because what we need to face is that the Western Balkans 6 is a small region with a small population consisting of 6 relatively small countries. And it is important to build alliances before joining the EU. And naturally, when you are in the same boat, when you are neighbors, when you have the same difficulties, same similarities that I mentioned before, it is easier to start cooperating together prior to the EU, but also to continue this fruitful cooperation after joining the EU. So in sum, I think the Western Balkan countries can learn a lot from the regional cooperation example set by the Visegrad countries. But I can agree with Zoran that and also with Donika that implementation is up to them. We can put pressure on them, but the final word on implementation is always up to the regional leaders and the countries in questions. But nevertheless, it's very essential before as well as after EU accession to have at least one functioning and long-standing regional mechanism or form of cooperation, structured cooperation within the Western Balkans 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure. Yes. Oh, Marta knows when to start. Go ahead.
Like I will be quick and like with some recommendation which are built upon like 2 things. One is the declaration of Berlin Process or Western Balkan Summit in Poznań when all the countries supported inclusion of the parliament cooperation into the Berlin Process. Now Berlin Process is over, but I still think that the regional parliamentary cooperation is the issue which is important. And the second issue on which I developed the recommendation is our meetings in the framework of the study visit which we have during the in the framework of the Think Balkans in the region. We met the parliamentarians all over the countries which we had visited, and we discussed the role of Parliament in the regional cooperation and role of Parliament in general. So first of all, it is quite obvious that in all Western Balkan countries, parliaments are constitutionally regulated as the supreme institution. But when we, follow the political lives in the region, we all know that it's not the case. In practice, the powers of parliament are really formal and limited, and thinking about our enlargement process when the parliaments were the places when it was vivid debate about the EU regulation, how it should be implemented. It is not the case in the Western Balkans. The parliaments are just perceived as the instrument for approving the initiative of governments, of executives. So we discussed it also with the parliamentarians that usually they have no time to really reflect upon the proposal of the government. They also don't have the capacity to address or somehow review the proposal which are put on the table by the government. So there is no quality, there is no discussion about the quality of legislation the government is proposing in the name or in the sake of the EU integration. Let's say the analytical department in most of the parliaments are really limited, so there is no experienced people who can really address and comment on the proposal of the government. And it is, of course, yet another proof that the check and balance in the Western Balkans it's not functioning properly, and the parliaments really they cannot exercise the control over the executive executives. What is also important that during the pandemic, the situation deteriorated further. We could see that in like most of the Western Balkan countries, the pandemic was used as an excuse for the governments to take some extraordinary powers on the expense of legislative. So this was the case, and we can see that it also contributed to further democratic backsliding in all the Western Balkans. And we are speaking about the EU enlargement, but Copenhagen criteria are always there. So like democratic, like proper functioning democracy is also something which is really important. And then we are coming back to the regional cooperation. So in response of growing interest in regional cooperation in the region, we have also many interparliamentary platform and network which has emerged. So when we are talking about the interparliamentary cooperation, there are really plethora of different network, which are like let's put it that way. Every regional initiative usually has the parliamentary dimension. So we have parliamentary dimension of Adriatic Initiative. We have the parliamentary dimension of Central European Initiative. We have parliamentary dimension of Southeastern Europe cooperation process. We have Danube Parliamentarians Conference. We have the parliamentary dimension of Black Sea economic cooperation. We have the Conference of the Speaker of Parliament. One is organized by the Speaker of Europarlament. It started, like the initiative emerged last year. This year was the second edition, and we have also the Conference of the Speaker, which is organized by Hungary every year. We have Cetinje Forum, which is the platform of meeting of parliamentarians. We have also the new initiative, which is Energy Community Parliamentary Plenum. We have COSAP, which is the conference of the Committee for European Integration. So we have like really a lot of parliamentary cooperation initiative in the region. So where is the problem? The problem is that all this initiative has really low impact on the policy making. So it is usually the, let's say, like we can say, photo opportunity, some exchange of some general notes. It has no impact on how government is implementing the policy. Usually this parliamentary dimension, they don't have connection with the executive dimension of the regional cooperation. So sometimes they prepare some joint declaration, recommendation, or stuff like that, but there is no like way how to transfer it to the executive level. The second problem is overlapping competence of all this parliamentary cooperation platforms. So usually they are dealing with really general stuff, which don't going into deep. There is also the problem we discussed it also with the parliamentarians, that because there is so many initiatives and there is not so many parliamentarians in the parliament, they really don't have a time to attend all this meeting. The third problem, which in my opinion is really problematic, is also lack of continuity. So this organization, except for Southeastern Europe cooperation process, they don't have permanent secretariat. So what is happening, this is usually rotating presidency, and the country who is hosting the presidency in the regional cooperation organization is organizing the meeting. So you know, every parliament starts to work on the declaration recommendation from the very beginning. What is also really important is the lack of mechanism to track the progress. So we have the recommendation. We have the recommendation, like we have some commitments on the government, but you know the parliamentarians never address the issue what was achieved in the framework of the of this regional cooperation. What is also the problem with this parliament dimension is lack of visibility and lack of transparency. There is no website which is devoted to the regional cooperation of parliaments. There is, like I checked all the websites of all parliaments in the region, and it's really hard to find the joint declaration from every year. So we can't, we don't have even the website which collects all what was achieved in this framework of regional cooperation of Parliament. So what, in my opinion, it's needed right now. We need to somehow rationalize time and resources allocated by the Parliament to the regional cooperation, and somehow try to try to encourage and enhance the parliament cooperation, like the cooperation between the parliaments in such a way that it will be beneficial both for regional cooperation, EU integration of the countries, but it somehow rationalize the way the parliaments are engaged in the regional cooperation. Why I think it is important to have the parliaments on board? I think, first of all, it is like when we are thinking about the quality of democracy in the Western Balkans, it's really important to strengthen the capacity and the role of parliament vis-à-vis the government. So when we want to, if we want to consolidate the democratic institutional building in the Balkans, it's really important to strengthen the parliament's role, and this kind of exchange, practical exchange meetings of the parliamentarians would help to enhance this capacity of parliamentarians. What is also important, we have to ensure effective exercise of parliamentary competence in EU matters, and also enhance its oversight of governmental commitments in regional cooperation, because now situation is like that the governments go to the regional summit or to the regional organization meetings. They are signing some commitments and then nothing is happening. So parliaments are not playing any role in overseeing implementation of these commitments, and practically nobody is doing this. So we have the mini Schengen. When we are thinking about like what was the commitments of the governments, what was implemented, there is no information about that, and I think that the parliament could really play important role in supporting the implementation of the government's commitments. What is also important, and why it is important to have parliaments on board, it will strengthen the democratic legitimacy of the process of regional cooperation and the EU integration. And it will also strengthen it will also somehow contribute to the sense of common regional belonging. So this kind of meetings, it will also bring the issue of regional cooperation closer to the citizens. If the parliament would be engaged, we can also think about, organizing some public hearings about the regional cooperation in the parliament, to present the issue of regional cooperation to the public, to increase the visibility of regional cooperation to the society. That's why I think that this role of the parliaments should be enhanced. And how to do this? So we are coming to the tricky part. So I think there are two ways of do this. And since we have the what Peter Gerg announced in the first panel, that there will be the EU Western Balkan Summit every year, I think there are two ways to strengthen the role of the parliament. First is to strengthen COSAP. So we have the COSAP, and we have a lot, and I think that the COSAP should become the coordination network of all other regional platform of regional cooperation of parliamentarians. There is a possibility, because now COSAP is the meeting of the chief of the Committee of EU Enlargement, European issue, but there is a possibility in a role of procedure of COSAP to have the working groups. So I think that the working groups should be established in framework of the COSAP to deal with the issue which are of the biggest importance for the regional cooperation. So it can be economic cooperation, energy issue, reconciliation, whatever. There is a possibility to strengthen COSAP, and what is most important, that this annual meeting of the COSAP should be subordinated to the EU summit. So that's why we can have big discussion of parliamentarians focusing on monitoring the implementation of the commitments in EU integration and in regional cooperation. There is another option which is somehow similar. It will be, I think it would be great if it would be possible, but it is a tricky way. It is so it is another thing is to establish European Parliament Western Balkan Parliamentary Assembly, which could be modeled on Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. Euronest Parliamentary Assembly, it is the platform of cooperation between European Parliament and the Eastern Partnership countries, which was established in 2011. It consists of 60 members of European Parliament and 60 parliamentarians from Eastern Partnership. It has the annual meeting. It has the working group. It's it is supported also, and what is also important, I think, when we are speaking about this enhancing the monitor capacity of the parliaments in the Western Balkans. It is the Euronest. It's supported by the European Parliament. So all the capacity of European Parliament is there to support the parliamentarians from the region in enhancing the oversight capacity towards the government. And I think since we have now European Parliament Western Balkans Speaker Conference, I think it's not enough. This network, it's another network which speaks about the general issue. I think the European Parliament should go one step further and think about establishing the same model of cooperation as was implemented in case of the Eastern Partnership countries. What is important, Euronest, it has high visibility. The authority of European Parliament is there, so it's really hard for the government in the region, like of Georgia, Ukraine, or Armenia, to somehow ignore recommendation of this network. The Euronest is meeting 2 times a year. It is also subordinated to EU Eastern Partnership Summit, so we can establish the same model of cooperation. When we have the EU Western Balkan Summit, we can have also the annual meeting of the parliamentary dimension, let's put it that way, of EU Western Balkan cooperation, and this would all be would be also the good idea, because what we need in regional cooperation, it's really a monitoring mechanism. And I think that the local parliaments are the institution who should monitor implementation. It would strengthen the local ownership of this regional cooperation. And I think we should use this opportunity, and also it would strengthen the let's say, democratic principle in the Western Balkans, and strengthen the parliamentarians vis-a-vis the governments. Because as for now, and we can see from the what are the outcome of the regional cooperation, it's if the regional cooperation is an exclusive competence of the government, it's usually we have the from one meeting to another we have the different declaration, but nothing is happening in terms of implementations. So I really think that we should have the parliaments on board. Thank you.
Okay, so how to sum up this really extensive, well, the entire panel really. In one sentence, no, I cannot do it. Let's just go this way, yeah. Without regional cooperation, we cannot move forward, and we need to learn to work amongst ourselves, but also have, yes, implementation and oversight, but also the visibility of the cooperation mechanism. So I think this is the shortest thing I can actually say. And for another short thing to say, I invite Mr. Trsanowski to give the concluding words of the entire event today. And thank you all for coming. So, Mr. Trsanowski, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Anna. First and foremost, for the timely moderation of the event. We are very precise regarding the time, so I appreciate it very much, and I hope everybody in the audience and on the table. I have 10 minutes time slot to summarize the discussions from the two sessions, so I hope I have some 3 to 4 pages, but I will go over the remarks that I took. They were very interesting, informative, and innovative also proposals and insights into the topics of the new methodology and the regional cooperation. Without further ado, so I will go chronologically, starting from the introductory session. So what was emphasized here, that the enlargement must remain a strategic goal. If it is strategic goal, it cannot be relativized by local election cycles or other excuses. It must remain strategic in every sense. Permanent annual Western Balkan summits are something that are part of the new methodology, and they will definitely keep the focus on the enlargement process. At least it will not arbitrary decision of the country that is presiding with that is having the presidency with the council. Then the financial framework, the new financial framework, the economic and investment plan for the Western Balkan was stressed as one of the mechanisms to bridge or overcome the economic gap between the region and the EU. High emphasis should be put on the role of the civil society and the think tank community on the monitoring of this implementation of this plan in all phases, in planning, implementation, and operation of the expensive infrastructural projects. Then it was mentioned that we have a few areas of common interest in terms of green lanes, connectivity agenda, then the climate change in terms of implementation of the green agenda and decarbonization of our economies, which will be a huge challenge and expensive ones with many political implications as well. Then the cybersecurity issue was reaffirmed. And of course, there was a reaffirmed support for the cooperation mechanisms in every sense, particularly the Think Balkan ones. The things are still moving in a positive direction. A light of optimism was given by Dragan. Von der Leyen visited the region with many positive wording, phrasing, and messages for the prospects of the region in the EU. Varhey also was here. Then the success of Escobar and Lajcek mediation of the Kosovo-Serbia crisis, which end up more or less successfully for the time being. And that the geopolitics does not allow for free space, and that if EU does not take its place here, someone else will do it, and that we cannot have. I mean, the time is luxury in this sense, and we cannot waste any more time and leave the region vulnerable to third-party influences. What was said about the new methodology, also that the process now is more credible, it is more political and more dynamic. However, the predictability is disputable, as there is no precise time frame. So time frame is missing, and in terms of unpredictability of the process, there is a risk that this process will lose the credibility, and it will be less desired by the stakeholders. So it is something that is pretty much important to mention regarding the new methodology. It already yielded some positive results in terms of experience of Serbia. The grouping of Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, as it was reported, was opening these chapters and grouping in the cluster was a positive experience for Serbia. What else? It was reaffirmed by Jelica, but also by Marta at the end, that the Think Balkans mechanism should involve also the parliamentary committees as shareholders. Marta even gave very concrete recommendations on how we can achieve that. I will come to that later at the end of this summary. In terms of Bosnia, actually the focus is more on the political aspect of the process, and it was said that if other countries that are ahead in this accession process show some success, then it can motivate the Bosnian political elites to focus more on the technical and more practical aspect of the enlargement process. So far it remains in the realm of the symbolic political debate within the Bosnian co-presidency. Of course, the experience of V4 plus Slovenia here was found as an invaluable asset to facilitate and improve regional cooperation of the region. We have to look for other partners as well aside Slovenia in order to achieve that. The enlargement is not a negative word in the narrative of a toxic word, so to say, in the narrative of EU. So yes, to reconfirm the pro-enlargement position with the new German political establishment, whoever that might be, and of course discuss with Sweden and France Luckily, the next summit will be during the Czech presidency next year, so we can hope that following the pro-enlargement position in the past, Czech presidency will also contribute to make some positive steps forward in this sense. In terms of the regional processes and rethinking the regional cooperation in the context of declined EU credibility, it was said that there is no other way than regional cooperation. It is imperative if we want to move forward, although there is lack of trust between the countries. Existing mechanisms are not sufficiently utilized, the Berlin process, CEFTA, and so forth. So how do we want to move forward even in the mini Schengen or Open Balkan initiatives if we did not, if the political elites in the region did not deliver on the existing mechanisms at the moment? It was said that actually the Western Balkan Fund is a successful way of regional initiative, and that has regional ownership. But in terms of money, this was the point of Zoran. If we compare the financial support that EU gives to the mechanism and instruments of regional cooperation, and the money that are allocated by the Western Balkan governments, then the conclusion is very clear: who is more in favor of regional cooperation? Nearshoring should be also one of the processes that can be the focus of regional cooperation and common regional economic approach, as the production lines and supply chains are reallocating or nearshored from Asia to Europe, and the Western Balkan can seek for its interest in these trends. The regional parliamentary, what Marta concluded at the end actually is that, which I found it very interesting, although it is disputable considering the level of integrity these parliamentary institutions are having in our societies, but the balance should definitely be moved from the executive branch to the parliamentary branch, and the Institute is for years working particularly in the oversight, increasing the oversight functions of the parliament. It was said that there are many regional initiatives, but it is needed that there should be some regional parliamentary cooperations in terms of particularly oversight of the executive branch and how they deliver upon the commitments they took in this regional initiative. So the monitoring, oversight function, public hearings that should be promoted and practiced by the parliaments is something that should boost the regional cooperation in that regard. The current ones are having problems with overlapping competencies, insufficient number of MPs that could not manage to go everywhere, considering the number of the oversight of the parliamentary regional cooperation initiatives. Then there is discontinuity. It's not they are not continuously held. A lack of monitoring and evaluation mechanisms also to track down the commitments and the declarative, at least, positions the countries are taking. Lack of visibility and so forth. So 2 proposals or variations were given finally by Marta. So it is the COSAP, regional parliamentary initiative that is composed of the committees for European affairs that should be used or somehow utilized within this initiative. Actually, there should be working groups, each within a certain particular policy area, be it energy or infrastructure or connectivity, that can feed the debate within the national parliaments, but also do the function of the monitoring and evaluation of what has been done. So this, and then they can also be held ahead of the regular annual EU Western Balkan summits, right? So they can inform the discussion for these summits and track down the progress on annual basis. And the second variation of this proposal was to have a EU Western Balkan Assembly based on the model on the Euronest, which is a model of cooperation between the European Parliament and the Eastern Partnership. I would conclude with the Think Visegrad, Think Balkan, mechanism in this sense. The process so far proved pretty much effective. Countries have lack of trust, but also started to cooperate at least on the joint points of interest among them. So these policy products that we presented today and yesterday are proof that we can at least agree on what's point of our common interest and build our cooperation upon this. And this mechanism should definitely, in my opinion, be one of the pillars of enhancing regional cooperation, involving parliamentary committees or parliaments in this. Aside the MFAs, sounds like a good idea worth operationalizing. And we should definitely discuss this in the future and maybe promote it. But for now on, moving the process slowly to the Western Balkan and slowly creating an institutional platform that should be and will be supported by the local national governments, regional, actually national governments, is something that will definitely boost the ownership of the process and will put us one level closer to understanding the values of regional cooperation, and will help us negotiate our differences and create common joint policy agendas. So thank you very much on my side. Thank you very much to the speakers. I had a wonderful time listening to your thoughts and ideas on how we can move forward in times of EU accession stalemate. But let's remain positive and let's work first and above all together. Thank you very much.